yo, no maniacs, what's up? Good afternoon, man. Got some new content today, man. Got some new stuff we're doing here on Nomad Live. We're in scouting season, guys. We're in that season where we're looking at potential bears, man. And I just got up today. I was thinking about it last night when I was talking to you guys. Why don't we just start doing some talking about doing different content? Why don't we go live and watch a game? We won't be able to broadcast the game to you guys and let you guys see it on the screen. So hopefully you got it turned on your TV and we can just talk about it as we go. I'll be scouting, Chris will be scouting, and yeah, we just gonna do that and have fun with it. We'll also do the what is it, the Texas and Washington game afterwards. We're gonna do a doubleheader. And we're gonna have some fun with it, man. We're gonna talk about these players, gonna talk about the Bears. We can talk about anything we want to, actually. So, and buckle up, have some fun. What's up, Don? I see you in the chat, man. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah, just have fun with it. Let's talk about, if you want to talk about the game yesterday, we can talk about that. Whatever you want to talk about, we're here for it. So without further ado, our super producer Chris, man, go ahead and give it to him.
What's going on, man? Everybody doing good? Happy New Year to everybody. Like Nomad said, man, just want to do some new content. You know how much we enjoy being with you guys. Thought it'd be a good opportunity to watch this game, see if we can spy out and see some potential Bears players that could be on our roster next year, since we do have the first number one pick. So we got some options. Ryan Poles is going to get cooking, and we just kind of wanted to get a jump on it, have some fun, and kind of share some time with you guys.
Hey, you want to hear a nugget? I found out somebody, I think is AJ Sharif on Twitter, I think, pointed out something to me today that in the locker room, if you guys want to, you go back and look at the locker room interviews, but it kind of got past me. I watched it late last night, but I didn't pick it up. But one of the reporters asked DJ Moore about what he thought about that first pick being Marvin Harrison Jr. And he was just like, yeah, I grew up with Marvin. We work out together. We do. I'm like, wow. I didn't know they are from the same neck of the woods. And so I was just like, whoa, the connection. That might be a tangible variable here moving forward, man, because connections are important, as anything, a player's ability, those connections are just as important. So, I would keep my eye on that just to see, because I think he will announce. I think, what did he say? I can't remember the date he said, but he's gonna announce whether he's coming out. We all know he's probably coming out, but we'll hear about it officially soon. So just take note of that. If you want to, go back and check out that locker room interview with DJ, and you'll hear what he said. But I thought that was cool, Chris. What do you think about that connect?
Sounds good, man. I mean, you know what? If he grew up with Marvin, hey, I wish I grew up with potential number one pick. Might have to get $5 loan from him. He'll have it here shortly.
Yeah, we got, I don't know, about 15 minutes to kick off, so we can just talk about random stuff, man. Give me a hand with the chat every now and again, Chris.
I'll try to, brother.
But how you feeling about last night, man? Did you get up feeling as good as I did, man, or is it just me?
You know what, man? I think some stuff fell into place, and at this time of the year, especially now that the playoff hopes are officially dashed, I'm just about in full off-season mode. I love the off-season. I think it's the I wish I was a GM part of me. I think I really could be a great GM, folks, but I'm really in that mode right now. I want to see how stuff's going to play off. I wish I had a fast-forward button so we could just jump to it. But we're going to have some fun in the next, 2 or 3 months, speculating on what the Bears are going to do. Some stuff's going to happen, and man, I'm geared up for it. I'm really ready to see how this team is going to be built for the future, and excited to see the potential for us to, get that ring, man. It's all about that ring, and I've seen one in my lifetime. That's 50 years of being a fan, and man, I'm ready for number 2. So I think we got the parts in place now, the potential to have the parts in place. So yesterday was a good day, man. A lot of good stuff happened for us. Even though we were eliminated from the playoffs, a lot of good things happened for our future. So I'm ready to get to it, bro.
Well, before I get into that, just gave you your first scouting note, man. We're gonna have to hire him as a senior assistant. He said we need to be watching Michigan offensive linemen today. So I'm
Oh
definitely
man.
at the center. I don't know what year he is, but
Oh,
I'm always going to be looking at the center first on the offensive line right now. It's for Michigan anyway. Uh, I don't know. I don't know if any. I ain't been watching Michigan a whole lot. I ain't gonna lie to you, so I couldn't tell you a whole lot about their O line. But that's what I'm gonna be looking at mostly on theirs is the center.
yeah,
So
Drake Nugent. Drake Nugent is. I've looked at him a little bit. He was a 3-star guy coming out of high school. He's got potential. He's definitely got some NFL potential on him. Actually, there's 2 or 3 Michigan linemen that I want to keep an eye on. Zach Zenner is the other guy. He really could be a possibility in the mid rounds for polls. To I think we're going to need to invest in our interior line outside of center. I really want to look at a center in free agency, but we're going to have to look at some interior linemen in the mid to late rounds. And Ryan's done a good job at grabbing guys in the later rounds. Braxton was a 5th-round pick, so if we could get another jewel like that in the 5th round for our interior line, I'd really be happy with that. But yeah, Zenner's a guy we want to keep an eye on.
Alabama's got several guys, man. That are pretty much their whole offensive line is worth keeping an eye on. But J.C. Latham is the one. And who was that? Somebody asked me right at the beginning who we ought to be paying attention to.
Outside of Lathan.
Yeah, on Alabama. And definitely Kool-Aid, the other corner, Terry and Arnold, Dallas Turner. And I'm going to get into that in a second here because Lance Briggs, he gave me an interesting way of thinking about the other side of the DN, the other DN, and what kind of DN they may be looking for when it's in comparison to the kind of system that they ran. But I'll talk about that in a second. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, and of course J.C. Latham. But they have other guys. Cedric Van, no, that's Georgia. But they got other guys, man, that you might want to pay close attention to as well.
Yeah,
But
Braswell is their outside linebacker. Chris Braswell, he was a 5-star coming out. 5-star. ESPN had him as a 5-star. So
yeah, I'm getting ESPN up right now on my phone so I can.
And I see Barrett Truth 9 is in there, man. What's happening, brother? Happy New Year to you. I see you said we believe we draft a guard in the second if we pick up that second. You know what? I'm not sure we invest that high in an offensive guard. I know we need somebody because Tevin is definitely proven not to be able to get to a year healthy. But I don't know that we drop somebody in there that early in the draft because, I think we're good. Nate Davis is going to be okay for us. I know he's struggled a little bit in a few games here recently, but keep in mind, guys, Nate Davis has been through a perilous last 6 months, man, losing his mother, and that's just tough for a young man, and 20 years old, early 20s, lose your mom, and so I've looked at too much Nate Davis tape at Tennessee last year, and the dude was just awesome. He was really flying under the radar, so. I'm not sure I would have draft or use a 2nd-round pick on an interior lineman just yet, Bear Truth. And don't forget about Jatari Carter, who has showed a lot of promise. So, we need depth, of course, but the 2nd round would be kind of early for me to grab a guard.
I'll tell you a sneaky pick, guys. Everybody in the chat, I'm telling you, a really, really sneaky pick. Sneaky good, went under the radar all year at Alabama, but every time you turn on the tape, man, this dude is making explosive plays at that running back, Roydell Williams, man. Roydell Williams is super tough. I see you, J2K, talking about Rod Moore at Michigan. I like him. You got Michigan's roster pulled up, Chris. What's Rod Moore's measurables? Because I forget.
Rod Moore, 6 foot, 198 pounds, ran a 4.4 in the spring.
6 foot, you said?
Yeah, he's 6-footer. He's got some size. He's not a small safety. So
Is he a free or is he free safety or box? I know they
I
won't
think
take.
he played free safety, I believe, last year mostly.
Hmm,
Yeah,
hmm.
Barrett True says is out on Nate Davis after next year. You think he'll be gone during this offseason, Bear Truth, or after next year?
That's an interesting question, man. I think I don't know, man. Depends on how they draft, what they think about Jatiri Carter. All that stuff is a factor in it all. You know, I mean, it really does depend on this draft and what they can grab in free agency. If they think they can get something equally as good or better for a cheaper price, I mean, they might opt out. You never know. But I
Well,
think, to be honest, my instinct says he's here.
yeah. And at this point, I don't think we're looking at that much of a salary cap issue where we have to cut a guy that just to save some money. Especially like I said, Nate Davis. Nate Davis is a good player. I think with another year and some of the things he's had to deal with, I think he's going. You guys are going to find he's a solid right guard. My hope is just that Tevin. I mean, I just want to see Tevin be able to stay healthy, man. If you guys notice, Tevin Jenkins has a good game. When he's in the game, that whole offensive line is different. I mean, it just makes all the difference in the world when Tevin Jenkins plays. So we don't see some of the inconsistencies and some of the problems we've had. And that's been a problem with the line. It's just been inconsistent. When Tevin Jenkins plays, you know what? Like they say, you keep mama happy, the whole house is happy. Well, when Jenkins is happy, it seems like the whole line is happy. So I really hope that we can get him to be healthy, but it may not be the case. So
As you can see, Mark Zach wants to know what you think about Van Pran. Trust me, Mark, he really likes him.
yeah, I like Van Pran. Probably he might be the top guard in the draft. I like Frazier from West Virginia. He's very stout, dude is strong, probably the strongest interior lineman in the draft. The kid from Oregon, Johnson Powers, I forget his name.
Yeah,
He got three names. He's a good player too. So Van Pran is generally thought of as the number one center at this point. I mean, that could all change once we get to the underwear Olympics and you know things are looked at a little bit closely. But Van Pran's definitely got an NFL pedigree.
Van Pran, I think is just a name everybody's repeating. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying he's not gonna be good, but they're equally as good. Powers Johnson is definitely one of those guys, man. Uh, yeah, I just think every year we get wrapped into these certain players, and if we don't get them, then it's some kind of letdown or something. Man, there's some really good players out here, man. And if we don't get certain guys, everybody's going to be wrapped into Marvin Harrison Jr. I really believe the guy's going to be a gold jacket guy, but I can't let that be the end of the world if we don't get it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm ecstatic about the guy, but it can't be the end of the world if we don't get it.
No, because that's not going to be the determining factor whether we win a Super Bowl. Yeah, he's going to make a difference. He's going to give you, a definite number one on the outside. But you have to ask yourself, is that worth the possibility of maybe getting two or three other blue chip players? And teams win Super Bowls, not players. So yeah, I'd love to have Marvin Harrison Jr. But again, if we can trade down, man, and turn that number one pick, and there is a scenario that we could trade down and still get him, especially if things kind of shake out like they set right now, with the Cardinals being the number four position. I think there's a possibility that we could trade down to number three and still get Marvin Harrison, but we need a couple of quarterback hungry teams in front of us. So because I don't think he gets past the Cardinals.
No.
So yeah. So
Muck is bringing me back to the offensive line, man. We firmly believe over here on this network that they're going to address that in free agency. That's the sound thing to do to me is to get a veteran and draft a young guy, draft a rookie and start
yeah,
working with him.
yeah,
But that's to me, that's the smart thing to do.
That's got to be. I mean, you don't want to trust a rookie. I mean, it would take an exceptional rookie to trust as a starting center that's going to make all your line calls. That's not something you want to turn over to a young kid. I mean, some guys could do it maybe, but it's kind of risky to give that to a rookie. So I believe, especially with the money we've got in the cap space, we could turn that over to a free agent spend. We don't have to, it's not going to cost you a ton of money to go out and get a starting caliber center in free agency. So that's what I think Ryan Poles will definitely do.
Yeah. It should be fun. It's going to be interesting, man. And the pieces on the chessboard will start actually moving come next week. We'll start getting an idea. Now maybe we'll go live on that in season presser with Flus and Pose. Maybe, I don't know. Don't hold me to that, but maybe we'll do something and then talk about that afterwards. But I think some of the words, if you can decipher some coach speak and some GM speak, we might be able to get an idea of what they're thinking about going into the offseason.
Yeah, I think it'll be different than it has in the past with George and who's Ted Phillips, and we really wasn't nothing to be heard because they were going to, like you said, that GM executive speak. I
Right.
think it'll be different this year. I think we'll get some good information from Ryan Poles, and we got Kevin Warren this year. Hopefully he'll speak. I'm going to be real interested. Black Monday is just a week away, guys, and that's the official start to the off season. That excites me.
To no ends, man. To no end. And
Mm-hmm.
let me, before I forget about it, let me circle back to the DN conversation about the left side DN. And I was watching the after game before we did the show last night, and Lance Briggs was talking to me about him. He and Alex Brown, as a matter of fact, talking about you don't, in their defense, you don't necessarily have to have a big edge rusher like Montez Sweat on the other side. You can have a quicker, more agile, somebody that's really fast off the ball to really get after. When you got that other side, that guy that sets the edge will run them right into him. And so the way they were describing that, and I was just like, yeah, I remember how our team was set up when we were in college, and that was kind of how it was. We had a big edge setter on one side and a really quick agile guy. But something tells me Flus likes what they had going on in Washington, the two really big edge rushers. And so
Yeah.
there's something about Flus that he likes big, long, and fast, that type. So that body type is the one I'll be concentrating on in
Mm-hmm.
the in this off season, because I think there's some really good ones out there for what he's looking for. And I was looking at one today, number 35 from LSU, is really big, man. He's like 288, 6'6". Look, he's got some real good traits on him, man. But I can't think of his name right this second. I might have wrote it down. Let me see here. No, I did not. I couldn't do it at that time. I didn't write it down. But really good looking edge rushers. Uh, man, they have maybe one here in this game that I can think of that kind of fits what we want to do. And as far as big long edge rushers in this game, I'm not sure. It might have been Georgia, but Alabama might have a guy that fits that bill.
Well, you know what? I tend to agree, man. I like bigger edge rushers. I probably haven't paid as much attention to like the young man that's plays for Dallas. I mean, I'm sorry, his name is Dallas Turner. He's 6'4", 245, and I haven't watched him as much. I like a little bit meatier because guys tend to have a little bit more weight, tend to be better against the run too. So Liatu Latu is the guy I've really been watching. J2
Hey,
JT to Lomo Wow at
hey,
Ohio
Chris,
State.
J2K, man, he's got a good, like, this is a bigger, more sturdy version, edge setting. Same thing that Latu brings to the table, but a lot more like what Flus is
Mhm.
looking for. Big, man. He's a big kid, really strong lower body, and got good, he's got a good bag of tricks that he uses, man, but he's more powerful than anything and fast. I mean,
Mhm.
he's huge, man.
Hey, Barelissimo's in the chat, man. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Hope everything is going good over there across the water. And yeah, Latu is definitely probably going to be the first edge off the board, possibly. Jalot from Louisville, I need to check him out, man. I haven't seen him yet.
Louisville's got some nice pieces, man.
Yeah, yeah. Look like they're going to get this thing going, man. They're out in the middle of the field, Greg, for the coin toss. So,
let's get it ready.
who you rooting for, man?
Nobody really. I ain't got a dog in this fight, man. Since Jordan Travis got hurt at FSU, man. You know FSU are my boys, man. I ain't been interested. I just like to see a good game. Once my guys are knocked out, I just want to see a competitive game. That's it. I just enjoy it.
Yeah, not a big Alabama fan. Really never have been. I like the players. Not a great big Michigan fan either. So I just want to see a good game here and see some of these guys. I really got my eye on Blake Corum, man. I love that. I love that guy. He's that scat back. That who was the muscle hamster? Remember the muscle hamster?
I remember. I know what you're talking about.
Played for Boise State. I got to figure out his name. Doug Martin.
Doug Martin.
Yeah. Doug Martin. He really reminds me of Doug Martin. And
he threw a pick first play of the game. First play of the game.
What happened?
He just threw a pick to who was that?
McCarthy did.
Downs number 2.
McCarthy did.
Yep. Who was Downs?
All right.
Let me see what Downs is, man.
I am way behind you, bro. Let me see.
Yeah. Hold on.
That's...
I'm looking. What year is Downs? Caleb Downs is a freshman. Mother suck. Good looking freshman though. 6 foot, 203 pounds, man. Look how nice he looks, man.
You know what? That's the problem with IPTV is that it's always a few seconds back. Yeah, McCarthy just really lobbed that out there.
I don't think Michigan stands a chance against Alabama, to be quite frank.
Yeah, Berlissimo, Tui Almalolo, Al. I can't pronounce his name on Mondays, but man, I really like that dude. Now I did see the
JT.
Oh yeah, JT, man. I love that guy's size.
Nah, he's the perfect fit for us.
Yeah, his upside is just
put that dude. That's like having Chase Young and Montez Sweat all over again.
Yeah, Brian says Brandon Dorius out of Oregon, I believe.
Come out, Dorless. Dorless. They got a couple.
Dorless.
Yeah.
Yeah. J2K, he's on my guy Darius Robinson, Missouri, man. That's another body style. Man, 6'5", 290. I love that dude. And he's not going to, he's not going to go in the first or second round, probably. That could change, but
they reversed the call. Maybe he didn't have his foot in or was juggling the ball or something, but
did he step out?
Yeah, something. I didn't get to see it. I was looking at the chat.
Oh, he stepped out. He stepped out before he caught it.
Help me out with the chat a little bit, Chris.
Okay.
So I can watch this.
All right.
Here we go.
Yeah, he stepped out and then came back in. Can't be the first guy back in.
I think this is a mismatch. It's just Alabama, just too big, too strong, too deep. But I could see them trying to make it competitive, but I think, I don't see them beating Alabama no way whatsoever.
Cornelius, I totally agree, man. I don't think they're thinking about Caleb. And you know what? Again, it's the narrative. The narrative. There should be no narrative, man. The guy we saw play yesterday is a franchise quarterback.
That's right. We're gonna talk about all that, man. We're gonna get into all of that. JJ, Hey man, y'all got to come with. They coming out here with this vanilla stuff, man. Trying to play Alabama, man. This ain't no Big Ten game. What you trying to do out here? I don't know what they calling, man.
Well, you know what? This seems to be the wrong time to play Alabama. They're peaking.
Oh God.
And as much as I probably don't want to see Saban win another national championship, they may be the team to watch. But I'll tell you what, you better watch Washington. Washington ain't no pushover.
Oh, that's actually my sneak outside chance to get this championship team. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
talk about them later. We'll get into them and the reasons why I think they got a nice little outside chance to sneaking away with this thing, man. They do offense and defense. They are so well coached, and they just play like if you had to spot pick some players off of one team that could really fit our defense, anybody from Washington right now. They play that zone scheme so well, man. That zone
Mm-hmm.
scheme. I mean, which is why Kyler Gordon was such a seamless fit. He knew he knew everything. He knew how to play the techniques, the coverages, knew how to play in zone fits. And so
Yeah.
to me, he was like the easy when they picked him. I was like, that's perfect. That was one guy I was so high on before the draft. Anybody that knows me from when I was at the bar room will tell you, like that we got the right guy when we grabbed him.
So, yeah, Braylon Trice is one that we definitely could look at off of Washington. It's a big, muscular edge rusher. Big muscular.
Who's number 74 for Alabama? That's a big boy right there.
Number 74.
Left tackle.
Their left tackle
That's
is he's not
Caden,
eligible, I don't think.
Caden Proctor. He's a freshman. Look how
Yeah,
big. He's a
yeah.
freshman. 6'7", 335.
I
I
think
kid.
he's the reason why Latham's not on the left side. And guys, I am one that believes J.C. Latham can play on the left side. Look at his measurables. Look how quick he is. I could see the Bears drafting him. I mean, everybody talks about Olu and all. J.C. Latham is a freak of nature, guys.
Let's go. Milroe, you got to get moving, man. You can't just stand there.
Yeah, they got him. Got him already, didn't they?
Yeah, just got him.
He didn't step up. He should have stepped up.
He'll get the rhythm of the game. That's just how it is early. And I remember this feeling right here. And just like when the beginning of the game, you got all that, built up testosterone, all that. I wouldn't call it nervous energy. It's a lot of anxiety. You just it takes a couple of plays, like maybe a series, to get you to settle into the flow of the game. I can just see that on Milroe. Oh, he fumbled it. Oh, you can't fumble. You can't turn the ball over against these guys, man. Come on, man.
Sound like you rooting for Alabama, man.
No.
Cornelius, what's up, man? Good to see you, brother.
Latham, I like only problem I got with Latham is his foot quickness. I'm gonna have to keep studying him up close. Maybe it was one of the games I watched. It was a little bit late in the game, and he was a little slower or something. I don't know, but I started noticing him getting beat on how a edge comes off the line with that little shimmy and takes an inside move. He just couldn't keep up. I was watching him against I don't know, it might have been Tennessee or somebody, but yeah, I kept noticing that. I'm just like
And Berlissimo, I did look at Jared Verse. I studied him again. Did they turn the ball over?
Yeah, they turned it over. Everybody, Chris is about an hour behind me.
Yeah, man, I'm doing the replays. Yeah, Berlissimo, I looked at Verse again, and I know he started off slow this year, but you know what? He's a smaller edge rusher that I could live with. Man, that dude's motor is. Whew. his motor is just impeccable. I watched some of his tape, his later game tape, and Muck Muck says we don't need a LT.
Hey, Muck, man, I'm telling you, man. Listen, Muck. As much as I love Braxton Jones, man, I got to be honest with myself about his shortcomings. When he runs into those bigger, stronger edge rushers, it's almost like you have to have somebody over there with him to chip because he really stands no chance. His lower body strength isn't there. He's technically sound and like a perfect left tackle from that standpoint, but his anchor is just not what you need when it comes to those bigger edge rushers. Just not, man. I wanna be like, you know what, we don't need one, but the truth is, his shortcomings end up in Justin Fields' lap all the time.
I'd like to maybe start a GoFundMe, man. Maybe we can get him a butt implant because he's a little bit he's a little bit shaky, and you know what? That's one of the bigger questions I have um, for this off season is whether we do need. Um, and the thing I've thought about is maybe taking a guy in the second round. Jordan Morgan is a guy out of Arizona that I really think can be gotten a little bit later. Um, we talked about Jordan Morgan last year, how he was one of the top rated left tackles in the nation.
Chris, I love Jordan Morgan. I just got through watching the tape 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Braylon Trice was giving that boy that work. I mean,
Well,
he's giving that boy that work.
excuse me.
Watch the Washington game against Braylon Trice, man. He was giving that boy that work.
Well,
And Morgan is that good though. But if he can give Morgan that kind of work, I think he translate very well to the next level and give your average left tackle, right tackle that work too. So I really like Braylon Trice.
Bravissimo said Braxton always gives up his pads in pass pro. Yeah, he's got the
Every time.
tendencies you want. But yeah, I like Jordan Morgan, and you can never have too many good offensive linemen. So while we might look at investing in one early, I just think a guy like Latham, man, if he can get to the left side, man, you might have a all pro for 10 years on the left side.
Muck is sticking to his gun. He's like, I agree to disagree. We ain't taking no LT regardless. Guaranteed.
You might be right, man. I mean, you know what? Brian Poles is offensive lineman. So you know what? I trust the decision that he makes. It all comes down to the trade and see what kind of assets we can pick up for the number one if they do indeed trade it.
Muck, all you got to do really it's really this simple. Help me out with chat, Chris, but it's really this simple. Look at the game yesterday where he kept Justin clean from the left side and realize what size pass rushers and what type pass rushers those were that he had to deal with versus a team with, say, a Daniil Hunter or a Garrett, Miles Garrett or somebody like that. Those bigger guys he struggles with. It's those bigger guys. Now, he can handle, your fairly, your 250, 60-pound defensive lineman that's not very powerful. Sometimes he struggles with a little bit of speed, but Barrelissimo is so right. Every time you see him get driven back into Justin, it's always him giving up his pads, leaning forward and giving them up, and boom, he ends up on his heels and on his skates right back into Justin. So, I mean, you can love Braxton Jones, but you got to be honest about his shortcomings. Can he get better? Can he get stronger? Yes. I just don't see his lower body being able to get much stronger than it is. And so that's why, to me, it's an easy call. You got to draft another, at least get somebody in there to compete with him.
Bear Truth 9 has a question for you, Berlissimo. Check that out, man. See what you can come up with. We trust your football knowledge, sir. And he wants to know if you think the Braxton's can be fixable.
Jordan Birch. I got Jordan Barrelissimo. I got Jordan Birch on the list, bro. I got Jordan Birch on the list. I haven't dug all the way into him. I'm just now getting into college scouting in the last couple of weeks, and I'm at the very beginning of my list, and it's going to be a lot of late nights, man, and hellified conversation because I'm gonna get excited. I'm excited about a bunch of guys right now, but man, just some of those guys like Jordan Birch, I can't wait to kind of dip into. Hey, you guys that's new to the show and new to the network, if you haven't, man, please do us a favor. We are doing this stuff so we can get to 1,000, so we can monetize the show and do more things, man. I really would love to see us within the month. The first, there he goes, off to the races. Jace McKellen, touchdown. See, this ain't gonna be a good game, I don't think, man. That was a little too easy. But yeah, we're trying to get to 1,000 so we can monetize this thing and really branch out as a network. And we just need you guys' support. But you guys' support are the reason why we're doing this right now, because you guys show us so much love. I feel like no matter what we do, if we just put content out there and be interactive with you guys will be there with us. And I damn sure appreciate you guys for that. I can't say it enough. And give me a second, Chris. I gotta let my cat in. I got an alley cat / house cat.
Go ahead and let that beast in. You don't want him terrorizing the neighborhood. Joseph Matuzak, good afternoon, sir. It's good to have you with us. We are doing live analysis of the Alabama-Michigan Rose Bowl and talking Bears draft. So it's good to have you guys. Thanks to all you guys for joining us. Listen, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Hit the like button. Like Mr. Nomad said, we're trying to get to 1,000 subs. And we appreciate you guys supporting us. We really do. Unapologetic Truth. I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's good to see you back in the chat with us.
Did you see that touchdown, Chris?
No, not yet. I was running back and forth, man. I got about 6 tabs up and plus looking at the chat, so I didn't see it. I'm looking at it now. Did one fake and he was gone.
That was a little too easy. What's going on, Joseph? Welcome, Mark. I'm eating a beef stick dinner. That's what I'm having for dinner: beef stick and 2 leftover deviled eggs. That's what I have, and some water.
Joseph says he's really interested in the potential answers for center, from starters to developmental assets, and some good potential DEs that can hunt other side of Sweat. Hey guys, what do you guys think about this idea? I know it's not popular to think about Jalen Johnson not being with the Bears next year, but I have a theory. We have about $60-some million in cap space, and I'm really impressed with the depth we have at cornerback. Now, I'm one that really believes in rewarding your own, and Jalen Johnson is one of our own. He's played well this year. But what if Ryan Poles were to franchise Jalen Johnson, kind of hold on to him, go out and sign one of the big money edge rushers like Daniil Hunter or Brian Branch, and then trade the rights to Jalen Johnson to kind of recoup some of that money invested in edge rusher? We would have such an awesome edge rusher combo with Daniil Hunter and Sweat, and we would still have a very good defensive backfield. Our cornerbacks are going to get better when you have that type of edge rushing pressure coming off the line. I was just thinking about that. I know it's kind of almost a sin amongst Bears fandom to talk about not bringing back Jalen Johnson, but man, wouldn't it be?
Joseph teasing me, man. You just heard me say I ain't got nothing to eat, man. You gonna put this in there, man? That's how you gonna do me, Joseph? That's dirty, man. I'm starving. This man talking about food. I'm over here eating a beef stick. But go ahead, Chris. I
Wow.
don't.
No, I was just saying that's kind of be a controversial move, but and I know folks wouldn't want to, throw $50 million in just our edge rushers, but it might not be a bad idea. Um, Bear Truth 9 says he sees us using that money on a DT if available. You know what? I tell you what, that three technique don't look too bad with our rookie back here, Mr. Dexter. I
Mm-hmm.
tell you what, that dude's coming on. And you're right, Cornelius. We should reward our own. I get that. Resign Jalen Johnson, but man, what would the Neil Hunter look like on the other side of that? I'm still having nightmares about us against him in Minnesota a month ago. He
Barry,
just mm.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
man.
man.
I was going to read what Bellissimo said. Bellissimo says he wants to raise money for a nonprofit, which is going to be setting up activities for autistic kids who can't use main facilities, legal help for parents with rep those kids. I always like doing stuff like that, Bellissimo. I come from a service and giving background. I've been a mentor. I've cared for DD people. I mean, adults, DD kids, and anybody that's in need of help. I'm just that type of guy. So if there's anything that by way that we can do to help you out in that endeavor, if you want to come on here, do some stuff, anything you want to do that you think we can help you with, man, say the word. Anything we can do, I will be willing to do anything to give you a hand at that, assist at that. Anytime anybody's doing stuff like that, I'm always going to be of assistance in some kind of way if I can be.
Yeah, I totally agree. That'd be very good cause. I mean, we both come from those backgrounds, trying to help people, and I worked at a youth facility for years, and anything I can do to help, man, that'd be great. The Shy asks about what about Burns or Josh Allen? Well, you know what? Both premium guys. Burns kind of had a down year, as did his whole team. Josh Allen had a monster year. He's a little bit lighter. He's more in the true 3-4 edge technique guy. I think he could play in a 4-3 also. I mean, I think the lines have been blurred. So, yeah, I'd like either one of those guys, man. But I guess I just got too good of a look at Daniil Hunter 2 times this year. And even though he's 29 right now, I just think the dude he's a special player. And Nomad's kind of at fault for that, man. He's been preaching Daniil Hunter to me for a year now. And I kind of caught on. So, especially after these last 2 games we played.
Man, he's can you imagine him on the other side of there, man? I
That's
mean,
what I'm saying, man. That would be crazy with him and Sweat. I mean, and you got Dexter pushing up the middle. I really would like to draft another premium interior linesman. We've been looking at Tavondre Sweat, and Greg Gabriel says he's not a scheme fit. And he said the same thing about Javon Dexter last year. So
yeah.
we saw how that worked out.
And
And I
what's our right tackle name? He said the same thing about him.
yeah, and I do respect Greg Gabriel's his experience. But man, Tavondre Sweat, if you guys have not watched him for Texas, go find some tape on this dude. He's 6'6", 360, and he has a lot of pass rushing ability. The dude he's an exceptional athlete, and man, I just look at him inside with Javon Dexter. Uh, I think it'd be awesome.
The most slept on defensive end in the league right now. Every time I mention his name, everybody, oh
Billings.
no, hell no. This damn Jadavion Clowney is a monster this year. I
Yeah, he
mean,
had.
absolute monster.
I think his age is going to work against him, man. And I know we know he can still play, but I think in the grand scheme, I don't think they'll give him any money just because he's 30 now.
Uh, Mark is asking me what would the contract be for Daniil Hunter. The way we mocked it up, I can remember what was about 22 million or something.
Yeah, but it's going to be more than that. It's going to be north of 25 million. And you figure, Jalen's going to probably cost us anywhere from 18 to 20. So if you use that money, you're going to have to add probably about 8 to 10 million to it.
I love Cornelius Squalls because he remembers, man. Cornelius remembers. Not a soul. Not a soul. In fact, I got into it with not only Greg, but Danny Shimon. They telling me he's on one. He won't fit. He's not a 3-tech. Both of them was saying it. And I don't mean to be casting dispersions on those guys, but it's the truth. I spotted it and I saw it. They didn't see it. And that's where we are where we are. You're right, Cornelius. I was the one that noticed it. But I don't go around, beating myself on the chest about it. I do got a good eye for talent, man, and I'm going to try to keep that up.
Berlissimo, do you think Zadarius Smith, I know he's a free agent, do you think he fits what Flus is looking for? He's more of a true 3-4 edge rusher. You think, and I like I said before, I know the lines are blurred between 3-4, 4-3. It's not like it used to be, but do you think he comes in, he'd be able to fit?
Run that by me again.
Berlissimo mentions Zadarius Smith as being a possible free agent that we could look at.
Touchdown, Michigan. Blake Corum.
Hey, Muscle Hamster 2.0. I like him.
It's starting to get a little bit of a rhythm. Let's see if that lasts.
Leo Factor 1. Good to see you, man. You and James Ford. So Matuzak said Dexter isn't a 3-tech. He's a monster. Matuzak. He said he's a monstrous lump of clay. That's a good thing to be, brother.
They're doing a good job with him. I tell you that.
He's a football player. And that's what I see now, man. I just see football players. I think a good football player makes plays in any scheme.
Hey, Leo, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you the key to beating the Packers. Number one is run fits. If you can get them and fit the run so they can't really gouge you with Aaron Jones, and that's how they really get it going. They everything feeds off of that. If they can fit the run like they've been fitting it all year, they can make the Packers one-dimensional. We can take advantage of Jordan Love. Jordan Love is playing excellent right now. I can't take anything from him. He's playing excellent. But if you have him throwing that ball one too many times, he's going to make some mistakes, and we're going to turn that ball over the way we've been turning it over recently. And so it's the key to that game, period, is going to be fitting the run and stopping Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon from gashing you in that play action.
And Berlissimo, keep in mind, Zadarius Smith is a good player. He is strong. He's bigger than I thought he was. I didn't know he was 275.
Who's that?
Zadarius Smith.
Oh, I didn't know he was that big. I would have said
I thought he was closer to 250. But keep in mind, he'll be 32 years old at the start of next season. And I don't know that they're going to invest in somebody that age.
Oh man, I'm just trying to get through these chats.
Sound like you're trying to get through them beef sticks too.
Yeah, I just finished that. Could you hear me chewing it?
You was getting down, bro. I ain't mad at you. I knocked my tuna off before I got on.
Yeah, that was dinner, folks.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Beef stick with a side of water.
Hey, that's breakfast of champions, brother.
Hey, Chris, hold on 1 second. I got to go get
time. Is the cat out again?
No, I got to pick up food up. I never leave it on the floor.
Oh, well, the cat wouldn't mind that. Wow, I did not see that, Armando. Aaron Jones got punched by his own teammate. Was it intentional? I'm going to have to look for that. Bear Truth 9, that does look good. Latu, Wilkins, Dexter, and Sweat. I don't know that they'll spend any money on Christian Wilkins, though. That's going to be 20-some million too. That would kind of be a luxury because of what we have on the inside now with Dexter and Billings and the other rookie from South Carolina. We don't have a legitimate edge rusher on that side, and I don't think Ngakoue will be back. He could be back, but it would be at a big discount. I think he's out broken leg now, so and he's on the wrong side of 30. I think also. So we'll see how that works. All right, guys. We hope you're having a great and safe New Year. You guys, what did you guys do last night, man? Everybody stay home like me, or did you go out and have a little fun, or throw in the chat what you did for your New Year's Eve celebration? Did you go to church? That's where I used to be every year in church, and that's a good thing. Black-eyed peas, but I'm doing red beans and rice for New Year's, brother. I ain't mad at you. Red beans and rice, Cornelius. That's good eating right there, brother. That is good eating. Yeah, Mr. Mayhem. If Ngakoue comes back, it's definitely going to be on a cheap deal. I wasn't crazy about. He did add something, but he was a hired gun for sacks only on rushing downs, and he didn't really provide very much until Sweat came, and then he broke his leg. So, let me see. Mark wants to know if Eddie's coming back. Eddie's another one that could come back, but I think he's going to have to rework his deal. The last 3 years, Eddie's been hurt. He's missed some time. He could come back, but he's not going to come back on the $14 million that we owe him. So if they can get that number to a team-friendly deal, he could come back. Otherwise, we're going to either have to deal with it in free agency, and I think we need to draft a free safety anyway. Excuse me. Depending on what Eddie does or what we do in free agency, we need to invest
Hey man,
in a free safety. Yes, sir.
I was walking out here and I overheard somebody say somebody got punched in the face by their teammate or something.
Yeah, they said Aaron Jones got punched by one of his teammates last night.
What?
After the game, I didn't see anything. Let me see if I can find something about that.
I heard that one.
Aaron Jones. Let's see.
Kind of stuff happens every day in a football locker room.
Post-game scuffle. I guess they did have a post-game brawl. I think it was inadvertent, though.
You sure it was one of his teammates?
Yeah, I'm going to see what I can find.
I punched a few of my teammates. I ain't going to lie to you.
What a great teammate you were.
I was an excellent teammate.
Yeah.
Discipline, homie. Sometimes they need to be disciplined.
And that was... Oh, yeah. Let's see. Here it is. Oh.
You seen it?
He caught a left from number 18.
Oh, man.
But it was inadvertent, though. And it was just a grazing punch. He didn't catch it flush.
You ain't gonna share it, man?
Hold on. Let me give me a second here.
Nathan said he got punched breaking up a fight.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Ah, crap. Here, let's see if I can get to this.
I'm sorry if y'all can hear me crunching. My girl left a bag of kettle chips out there. She leaking. I had to get them. Look at Georgia. Michigan trying to get tough.
Kettle chips, man.
Yeah, Cornelius, that stuff don't last, man. If you got good leadership, they're gonna bring it right to the carpet, get it all over with, game over. You know, it's done. Get it out of you. If you still got to get it, feel like you got to get your get backs off somebody, they're gonna open up the room, let y'all do what y'all got to do, shake hands. It's over. That's good leadership. If they got good leadership.
Here it is. I'll show it to you here in a second. Yeah, hopefully they squashed it. I'm sure they had to squash it. 7-7, Michigan and Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So does the winner of this game win the national championship?
Nope. On to the next game between winner of
No. I know the logistics. I'm just saying, is the winner of this game should be favored for the national championship?
I would favor this game, the person that wins it. I mean, team that wins this game, but I would not sleep on Washington, who I think is going to upset Texas.
Yeah, great game. All right, here we go.
As it got started, there was a swing somewhere there with Andrew Booth and Malik Heath and others, and it continued on. One peek of that as Aaron Jones got hit in the face on the residual and the recoil after the initial contact with Booth. You see, Booth was getting involved in conversation with an inactive player.
You know, I give Aaron Jones credit for not throwing a punch and doing something to maybe get suspended or whatever.
Exactly.
We
got something going here. Let's not blow it.
That's what we call that. He called it Lucy.
Yeah, that was just inadvertent, and it wasn't a direct hit. He caught a grazing punch. He caught worse. He caught worse during the game.
He is better than me because I'd have swung on somebody for that. I'm a little bit aggressive.
You'd have punched your own teammate for accidentally hitting you?
Man, I told him, Cap, man, I have done that before, man. I'll be breaking up, man. If you hit me, I'm gonna mess you up. Now I'm gonna hit you back. I'm breaking it up fight. When I'm breaking up a fight, yeah.
And folks,
homeboys, man.
That's the reason why Nomad is in the chat with us and not playing today.
Hang a man.
As it got started, there was a swing somewhere there with Andrew Booth.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna fight, man. I ain't have no control of my anger back then. I'm a whole lot better man now.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
But I don't think any of that was intentional at Aaron Jones AC. That was just some.
I was inadvertent, man.
Yeah, that's some loose stuff that happened right there. Greg Gabriel is talking strong that trading down and there's issues to a top QB in this class. Any thoughts?
Oh, we've been preaching that for how long? I would imagine he's talking about Mr. Williams.
Caleb Williams, yep. He's starting to get the character stuff is the information he's probably getting. Now, this I don't doubt Greg Gabriel can get a hold of because he's tied in with scouts all over the place just because of the nature of his job. He's probably getting that information that I've been telling you guys about. I've been watching him closely for 2 years, and I'm telling you, when it tells me because I'm so familiar with the workings of a locker room and a football team that when I see his teammates not really rocking with him like you're supposed to be rocking with your leader, this is the leader of the team, and they don't mess with it. And that tells me almost everything I need to know. It's like we got a we guy in Justin, and we got a me guy in Caleb Williams. Do you want to ruin your locker room and potentially add cancer to your locker room and division to your locker room with a guy like that? I don't care how wickedly talented his arm is. It's just a really good arm. That's all it is. But you need to be a whole lot more than just an arm talent to lead a franchise and be a face of a city and a franchise. You got to be more than that. And I don't see that in this kid. And not to say that he won't grow into that someday, but I think it's going to take him a long time if he ever gets there.
Hey, I think I asked you this before. Did you see the movie Draft Day? It's a Kevin Costner movie.
Man, you almost, Chris, you said that to me the other night. I think we were off air. and you had my girlfriend pressing me to watch it the other day. And I was just like, I don't feel like watching that movie right now.
Yeah, you should watch that, man. The young man, Bo Callahan, was the character. He was basically Caleb Williams in this draft. In the scenario in the movie, he was, overall clear cut number one. The funny thing about it, he was a quarterback from Wisconsin, which we know that doesn't happen. But Bo Callahan was the consensus number one pick, and the oh God, who was the star of the movie? Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner played Sonny Weaver. He was the GM, and he had the number one pick, and then he found out some stuff regarding this kid's character, and nobody fooled with him. I mean, he just all his teammates seemed to shun him, and he figured out after he traded the number one pick, he had to do some crazy stuff and trade back up to get it, and he ended up taking the other character by the kid's name I can't think. Anyway, the trade, it kind of reminds me of that movie where Bo Callahan was like Caleb Williams, was clear cut number one, but he had character issues, and they found out about it, and he ended up not trading for him, and it kind of reminds me of that movie. If you guys have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. I did a terrible job of describing it, but yeah. So yeah, watch Draft Day, and people always say, "Well, it's not realistic." Yeah, but it's very entertaining. I thought it was very entertaining.
I'll tell you guys what. If anybody's interested in seeing what I'm here telling you guys about, you can't watch an all 22. You can watch an all 22 if you want to just scout his abilities and stuff like that. But you got to watch a live broadcast. Mm-hmm. If you can find you a live broadcast, and you got to watch when he gets off the field, when he's 3 and out or the play didn't go right. Watch how his body language when he goes to the sideline, how he approaches his coach or his teammates on the sidelines, all of that stuff. I mean, and as I told you, it's the difference between look at how much work they did in bringing character guys into this locker room, how all that hard work Poles and Flus did to build this thing and build it the right way. And why would you bring in a me guy when you got such a strong we guy as it is that is capable? So when you break it down and put it in those terms, Caleb Williams doesn't make a damn bit of sense at all.
Yeah. And Barlissimo, you're right. Vontae Mack, Chadwick Boseman played his part. He was the star linebacker at Ohio State or somewhere. He was the best player. That's who they ended up getting. And you're right, Bare Truth. If ideally, I mean, having number one, we'd like to trade down to 3, I would think. And you'd still be able to get a haul at number 3. I mean, probably 2 first-rounders, probably 3 first-rounders, especially with the value in the draft right now, and then trade down again. That would be ideal. I don't know if that can happen, but I do know that this first-round pick is worth more than last year's, simply because of who's at the top of the draft. It's Caleb Williams. So I'm thinking, man, if they could trade down twice, man, they could pull off some crazy assets. And that's what I'm hoping for.
One time I saw him on the bench, and he was kind of sulking and kind of messing with one of the assistant trainers or something like that. I don't know, flirting or doing something. That's pretty much a no-no if you've been in college locker room or in a high school locker room. But definitely in college, they'll tell you right away, any employee of the university, you keep your hands off of, you don't flirt, you treat them like an employee, it's their job, and that's the way you got to go about it. Any kind of wording, you get any word gets back that there's some kind of misconduct, you being any kind of inappropriate, you're going to hear about it. Not only that, you're probably going to get sent the hell back home where you came from. And so I'm watching him over there saying something slick to a female over there, and she kind of like brushed him off and turned her nose up at him. And one of his teammates was like reached over there and grabbed him by the shoulder, hey, man, like that, kind of just like, hey, cool out, man, on that. and he slapped his hand off slapped the guy's hand off his shoulder, and dude wanted to, I could tell the dude wanted to drill him, you know, but he didn't, you know what I mean, because he was just trying to tell him the right thing, like leave her alone, man. You know what I mean? But that's the kind of guy, you got that kind of stuff on your sidelines, man. You got employees. Some of those girls going to look good and they're going to be attractive, but they got whole lives. You know, they living away from this, wherever they helping you out and being an assistant, man. You can't be just fooling with people like that. Yeah, he's a little.
And Joseph Matusak makes a good point. Even if Caleb is great, and I've said this all along, two things can be true. Caleb can still be great. He can be generational, and we still can win a Super Bowl with the Bears, with Caleb. I mean, with Justin. So, you know, yeah, he might come out and he might be all that, but that doesn't change the fact that we can win with Justin Fields and the haul that we can get for the number 1 pick. So I don't think you're right. He's not worth the potential draft haul that we get. So. I don't know. You know, we see him crying in the stands with his mom. I didn't really hold that against him. I saw some other stuff, you know, that you just never know. And that's the big part of off-season scouting is finding out what's going on between these guys' ears. Yes, I mean, you know, if you could have all the talent in the world, I mean, but if you're an idiot or something's wrong with you, it's not going to matter. So we'll see. We'll see what's happening.
If somebody declares you my leader of this team, give me a reason to want to follow you. Yeah. Don't give me every reason that make me want to kick you square in your ass when you turn around. You know, because that's the kind of attitude he's got over there. And I don't want to sound like such a Justin Homer that I'm willing to do and say anything to bring this guy down. That's not it. I'm more practical and way more fair than that.
It's still about the jersey with us. It's still about the jersey.
I'm just telling you what I observed. That's it. No more, no less. Then I mean, it's out there for anybody that wants to. Like 2 years of watching stuff on him, you're gonna learn some stuff.
Yeah.
So that's just where I'm at with it.
I wanted to say, Berlissimo said earlier, Jaden Daniels might still be the QB1 in this draft. He might be. I mean, his tape was awesome. You know, the thing that bothers me about Jalen Daniels is his body type. And I just, again, it's I don't know if he can he withstand some of the punishment he might have to take. The guy's got a great arm. He's, his legs are good. He can run out of danger, but he's a little bit frail looking for the NFL for me. So that's the only question I really have about Jaden Daniels. Oh, there's a sack. I know I'm probably 2 minutes late, but
he's got those. What do you call it? What's his name? That used to play in Minnesota. He's been somewhere everywhere now. They end up almost costing his career with them skinny legs.
Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, and I don't think he's not as thick as Teddy Bridgewater was.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a good pro, Chris, to be honest with you. I think he's going to be excellent, as a matter of fact. But getting his body built for the battles that he's going to have to endure, people constantly falling at those legs, you know what I mean? It's just he's going to have to realize that real soon and really start working on that lower core.
Hey, Paralissimo, I'll cheer for Caleb Williams, too, just like he cheered for Shea McClellan. Man, Shea McClellan, that gives me Phil Emery nightmares. Good God, that Phil Emery was Herman Munster, and that I just have nightmares every time I think about that guy. He's the worst GM in the history of the world. Yeah, when he picked Shea McClellan, I almost passed out.
Bellissimo wants to know where's Jalen Carter at. I told you guys.
Jalen Carter didn't have a bad rookie season though.
Man, he has not lived up to the billing, man. He has not lived up to the billing. And I told people over and over again, anybody that would be willing to listen, we'll be just fine if we don't get Jalen Carter. It ain't going to be the end of the world. I was pointing out, and actually, as a matter of fact, Zach Pickens was one of the other guys I was pointing out. We get any of these guys, Javon Dexter, Zach Pickens, there was another one that was pretty high on. I can't think of where he is right now.
Who's a kid from Wisconsin?
Yeah, Keanu Benton.
Mm-hmm.
Keanu Benton. I said, if we get any one of those three guys, we'll be totally fine. And everybody was just when people are intense about somebody, when they start getting really intense about some of these players, especially around combine time, they're watching up highlights of them. People getting an uproar about these players, man. And you can't really steer them any other direction, man. And that's, I try to tell people, man, it's more like Jalen Carter's engine it sucks bad. You can't even leave that guy in for more than 3 plays, or he'll just start letting you down.
6'4", 210, Bear Truth says.
About
you
who?
know what? I believe Jaden Daniels.
Chris, you gotta give me
on what?
On the chat. I'm trying to keep up with it.
Man, if you put them beef sticks down.
I just did, man. Ain't you a producer, man?
Hey, I got 9 tabs over here trying to get information. I ain't even watching the game.
Yeah. Jalen Carter, I think I've said it before, and I will say it again. Javon Dexter is going to have the better career. He's got nothing but upside. If Jalen Carter was to change his mindset and his way of thinking and turn into a worker, and like he's not going to be able to depend on that raw talent forever. Javon Dexter's got that raw talent, and he's a worker. So that's why I'm going to give the edge to him for having a better career. You see what Barlissimo said, blowing out of his ass when teams don't know how to. No motor. That's how you measure a man. That's how you measure a man. My coach used to tell us all. He said, man, you if you tired, you're a punk. Our coach used to tell us that. This is a middle-aged white man telling people that when you're sitting out there running gassers, people over there throwing up on the sidelines and all that stuff. There's no reason for you to be tired out here. You get yourself in order, get yourself together, get in shape. Stop hanging out, stop, sexing up these ladies and drinking all night and get out here and get in shape. And you can tell what he does more than anything.
I saw a pre-draft mini documentary on Javon Dexter, and Barlissimo, that really convinced me that he was going to be a good player because basketball was his sport, and he worked and worked and worked to get himself to be a football player, and that's just a good thing. I mean, when you see a guy that doesn't mind putting in the work, that convinced me that he was going to be. I was a little bit on the fence last year about him, and then me and Nomad talked about him, and I did some work on him, and I thought, man, this dude could be it. Wow. Okay, Broski Bear, what do you think about the last game being the final game? Let me see. What do you think about the last game being Field's last game at Soldier Field as a Bear? That was quite a showcase for ATL. Might be able to get a first-round pick for ATL for him now. Okay, you want it, or you want me to take it?
Broski, you can't virtue signal your way into something into his existence, man. It don't work like that, man. Justin ain't going nowhere. Atlanta ain't getting him. It wasn't his last game in Soldier Field. He's going to be back with a better built roster around him. I don't know. I think people crossed the Rubicon. I think people kind of painted themselves into a corner, wishful thinking and tweeting it out and repeating it and repeating it and repeating it so much they forced themselves to believe that this is actually going to happen. I told people beforehand, and yesterday just proved it. I said, man, don't even worry about Justin Fields. He'll take care of the big talkers out there, the people that's making those noisemakers. He'll take care of that with his play. I mean, we can sit here and discuss it, but he'll take care of that stuff with his play. And that's what he's been doing the past, 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks. So, no, he's not going anywhere. Broski, I respect you, but I think if you really think that something's going to happen with Justin, and especially going to Atlanta, if you really think that's going to happen, man, I got a pile of rocks in my backyard I want to see.
Broski Bear, I would imagine by your name that you're a Bears fan. I would think as a Bears fan, you would want to keep Justin. If you've been watching the same Justin I've been watching, dude's a playmaker. He's a one-of-a-kind talent. I don't see him going anywhere.
I think people have they, like I say, people choose these podcasts and these people stuff that they're entertained by, and they choose the type that really fits their way of thinking. They have a certain mindset and they choose to indulge in the type of content that fits their narrative. And I think if you keep looking at so much of that, you'll actually convince yourself that this is going to happen. I mean, I think it's crazy talk to be talking about Justin Fields going somewhere else right now. I think it's nuts, as a matter of fact.
Bear Truth asks, but if, LOL, they trade him, I could see definitely first at minimum. Well, I would say this, and I don't think Bear Truth wants me to trade him. Why would you trade a quarterback that's worth a first-round pick? I mean, if the guy's got that type of value, why trade him? So, Berlissimo, you're right. He's got 2 years low cost control.
Man, Broski got to go there, man. Oh, this is a Justin sexual channel. We're having a real QB, one who doesn't play his worst in the fourth quarter, one who can read a defense. Now,
first of all, before you say anything, I just want to to give what's our guy's name? Judah Tribe. Give Judah Tribe my best. I know you'll be talking to him later. Justin Sexual is definitely his term.
Oh my goodness, man! I can't believe people are actually saying that. It's silly, man. It's when I every time I see it or Justin Fields cult, I just know that it's coming from someone who doesn't really understand. You know, it's really a person that's not learned on the subject and don't really know they're just a fan. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with being that. You can be a fan. But every time I see stuff like that, that's somebody who's out of ammunition to debate with. You know what I mean? You don't really know your stuff, so you insult people, and because you don't like the conversation that's being had. And that's like to me, that's like little kids to me. I don't.
In very truth, I'm not sure that that's going to be a discussion by the Bears organization. By the fans, yes, the fans will talk about it, but I think that decision has been made already. I think it has, and we hear the narrative being created by the media, the national media, the local media, because they need that. They need that. They need to get clicks. They need to get likes. They need to get people to buy their publications. They need to have that question hanging over the franchise's head. But I don't believe it's actually a question at all. I think it's been answered, and they know exactly what they're going to do.
Man, I couldn't find somebody like Broski Bear. You couldn't find them on Twitter yesterday. They were somewhere sick as a dog, and it was just like, well, we've been trying to tell you guys this dude. I'm telling you, you don't understand what this cat is made out of. If you knew what this kid was made out of and understand this is probably the most important thing that I could tell you guys, that people who don't understand how a West Coast offense functions for a quarterback. When his feet, which is just now starting to happen, starts to marry up with his eyes and intent, which is because the offense is all rhythm and timing based. When that's done, he's just now scratching the surface after a whole year in the system, given pretty much this whole season, probably a half a season in, a year and a half in, that marriage is just now starting to happen. He is really about to turn a corner. Whatever you see now, where he's really only got one person to throw the ball to. What happens when that marriage starts getting stronger and stronger? He starts really cultivating it, and he's got more weapons to throw to, and he's leading this team on a charge through the playoffs. How silly do you think you're gonna look then? Because they're building a monster, is what they're doing. Slowly but surely building a freaking Cyclops.
Hey, Broski Bear, I don't know if you know, but Caleb Williams is a brother too. So I'm not going to really equate race into my decision to want to keep Justin Fields.
Ain't got nothing to do with it.
We can have Caleb Williams. I think he might be blacker than than Justin. I don't know. But yeah, man, the reason why I don't need to take off any blinders. I judge a football player, and I've been watching football religiously for over 50 years, and I can spot a good football player. I've seen enough bad ones. I know you don't know who Jack Concannon or Gary Huff or Bob Avellini or Mike Phipps, any of those guys are, but I watched all of them with a C on their helmet, and I know what a good quarterback looks like, brother. So, not looking through blinders, just looking through these old 61-year-old eyes.
It's not hard to tell, man. Like, this is going to sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but I grew up a very special athlete. It took me a long time to see what other people saw in me, but it's that it factor people are always talking about. You hear it when you're coming up. This kid's got it. He's got it. Like, what is it, man? I'm just being who I am. And, over time, when I start realizing that I can do things that other people can't, it started dawning on me exactly what that was. And so when you go to college, for the first time, we had a team stock full of guys like that when I was in high school, but it became never so clear to me when I went to college, and like everybody is that it dude from where they're from, wherever it was across the country, and you see a bunch of it around you, but then there's even some special it. I've seen that, and when I watch Justin Fields, that's that special. That's that special. That stuff that he can do that ain't nobody else capable of doing, man. The combination of being able to move and make plays with his legs like that, break tackles, and still be as laser accurate as he is down the field. You know how rare that is?
Well, I have a question for Broski Barry. Apparently, by this comment, you don't care for Caleb either. Who would you suggest the Bears draft with the #1 pick to replace Justin?
I don't even want to
In
know.
bare truth, I still say if he's worth a #1, why trade him? He's got too much value. NFL football is a team sport, guys. 11 moving parts. We need to increase the value and the strength on both sides of those 11 parts. And we can win a Super Bowl with Mr. Justin Fields. I'll guarantee you.
The Bear Truth 9 makes a real good point here. To me, yesterday was the first game I really saw Justin Fields relax. He looked like he was just playing the game he loved, and it was a great. Yeah, it's like he feels comfortable. I think he was comfortable with the game plan for the first time. I think that has something to do with it. The marriage with his feet and eyes and intent also being a factor. He just was out there playing ball and having a good time. When it all comes to you and it's all there and the mixture is set, it's about cooking the meal now. And that's all it is now. It's just about cooking. And Justin is I'm telling you guys, I think this conversation, just imagine this time next year that we'll be looking back on a conversation like this and be like, what the hell are people talking about?
Hey, Barlissimo, that's exactly what I'm talking about. My eyes. What did my eyes see? My eyes see this guy getting away from Bud Dupree and Onyemata. Who else can do that? You don't know who else can do that. That's valuable football. That's a valuable player. You don't throw away valuable players like that.
Man,
and you're right, Armando, who can make that throw to DJ in the back of the end zone. That's what my eyes saw. Are we fighting in the chat here, Nomad?
No, Martha, you keep going.
I was saying Armando asked who can make that throw to DJ in the back of the end zone. That's another thing. I mean, you see that, and he's made that throw several times this year. That pinpoint accuracy on a rope. Every guy getting off the quarterback boat ain't doing that, man.
Man, people don't understand that. That's what I talk about with the nuances. And I was talking to one of my boys about. He doesn't know that I do this, but I tell him that I talk to a lot of Bears fans about football. He is like, man, and this is my one of my college teammates that played in the pros. He was like, man, do you get annoyed with the people that you know don't really know what they talk about, but want to talk to you all the time about it? I said, I used to at first, but I didn't understand where people are, and people don't. Here's the people that really annoy me. It's the people who just because you can talk about football, that's fine. But then when you get someone that kind of knows it a little bit better than you, you still want to try to prove them wrong. It's like, dog, like, do you know who you're talking to? It's like that kind of stuff. And I just disengage. When I start feeling like that, I disengage. I don't even carry the conversation no further because he's just gonna piss me off. But you know, I just try to talk. I talk football for dummies, and I'm not calling anybody a dummy, but I try to make it as simple as I can so people can grasp it. You know what I mean? That's the wrong word to use, but sometimes you got to break it down and make it simple for people to really digest. You know, I mean, the game is simple, but the nuances of it can get complicated sometimes.
I love that comment. I'm gonna use that Barlissimo orgasm. That was an orgasm moment. Yeah. So Broski Bear, I'm interested in his logic here. It took him 3 years to get comfortable in with the game plan. That's not cutting it. Well, if he's comfortable now, we got here. So
how many game plans was it, Broski Bear? You talking about 3 years of what? See, there's a nuance. 3 years of 1 year. Just had 1 year with Nagy.
Tried to ruin him.
Yeah, and then the next year was a teardown, and so that's the nuance. You omit the parts that don't fit your argument. You can include that part and be honest about it, but you choose not to. You just lump it all into one little ball that makes Justin look as bad as possible because it fits your narrative. Be honest. You know, he got dealt a bad hand when he got here. Truly.
And then he says, state our facts and argue in support of Justin. I've already given you some against him. He can run and throw to DJ. Well, yeah, I'm going to add somebody else he can throw to. That's one thing. EQ's probably not it. Again, it's just you got to use your eyes, man. You can't set up this wall that you want him to get over with a bunch of statistics and cherry pick, items in his game. You know what? The talent, the ability, the things I see are what is going to get him over the wall. And he's there. I mean, when I first saw the dude play, man, I said, dude's got the talent to get there. And this is before he even had a chance at any development. The guy I see out there now with his leadership, that's the other, the thing we never talk about is who he is as a person, the thing between the ears. This dude is mature. You never hear him say anything wrong. You see where he's at mentally. That means a lot. That's who you want to lead your franchise.
And he can ball.
And he can ball. Oh, yeah. We left out that little part.
Broski, you see what you want to see. You come to the conclusion you've come to. Nobody's going to move you off that mark. And so, I mean, if you enjoy this content, give us a like, subscribe, Broski. If you don't, I understand. But
we love having you here, bro.
You came here because you wanted to spread the word that you don't think we need to keep Justin.
But he's been respectful, and we appreciate the banter. That's why we exist, man. So you can come and we can debate and argue. That's what it's all about. We just keep it respectful, bro.
Man, I can't force people to see what I see, but I tell you what, if you could see what I see, you wouldn't be talking that kind of noise. I know that.
Well,
here's a question, Bear Truth Now. Here's a question. How could they possibly explain themselves if we were to keep guessing? It's a question. How could they? It's
a good question.
For one, before I even respond to this, I think they'd be better off finding, and here's the advantages we have as an organization, because the West Coast offense is so saturated around the league. There's a West Coast offense pretty much everywhere. It want the talent pool to find a coach to replace a West Coast type offensive coach won't be hard. And so you won't have to really deviate from game plan. Only thing it is, they'll probably add variations to however they run that offense. And there's going to be a few little plays you have to learn, but the core plays will stay the same. But if they went another direction, I understand why. If they kept Getsy and brought in somebody to help him along in his endeavors, I'd have to accept it through gritted teeth. I would not like it, to be quite frank with you. But if they do it, I'm not the type that's going to get hung up on it all off season and during the regular season. It's just going to be what it is, in my opinion. So I don't know. I don't see that happening, and I hope they do change them out. But we can't control what we can't control.
And I do think, given the progress that they have made in the last few weeks, they're probably leaning on keeping Getsy just for the sake of continuity, if nothing else. But I will say this. I would love – put that question back up from Broski to Nomad, if you would. I'm going to answer that. Yes. But I'm going to finish saying this about Getsy. I would love to see them to bring in a senior offensive consultant. And so just in case, if the offense didn't progress, you could have somebody to transition it to that would be familiar with the language. All this West Coast stuff is pretty much the same. It's the language that's different. So I'd like to see them bring in somebody that may be able to transition in case Getsy doesn't work out. Because I think they're going to bring him back. Now, Broski Bear.
I don't think you should answer. I think he's just trolling right now.
No. He had another question before that. About who did we think? Yeah, here it is. He says, I've never been here before. I was just wondering our thoughts on quite possibly what Justin's last home game as a Bear. Do you think we get a first-round pick for him now? No, I don't think we're going to get a first-round pick for him. Is he worth a first-round pick? Of course he is. So that's why you don't trade him. If you've got a starting quarterback that's worth a first-round pick, that tells you right there he's too valuable to trade. So I don't think they'll trade him. I think Justin will be back. And I hope when he comes back, man, he can win you over.
Let Barlissimo in all caps scream at you and tell you they aren't going to trade Justin Fields when he has 2 years of control, even if they draft a QB round 1. Period. Get that out of your head. He's not going anywhere. Let that be, man.
Let it go. All right, what's the score of the game, man? I ain't been watching.
I don't even know, man. We supposed to be doing a live.
I know.
This is Bears fans for you, man.
I saw Nicki Minaj, I think. Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, we supposed to be watching a live, doing a live college playoff.
Man, we can't get off this Bear train, man.
Lord,
it's hard to get off this Bear train. We on the Bear train, and we got 40 Bear train, 39. We got 39 Bear train folks riding with us.
Let me read through this. Let me decode this post for you. This is cheese on top 17. I think Justin's fate comes down to this week if he looks good against Green Bay or not. Boy, that is such virtue signaling. That is it's like, man, we need him to do really bad so we can have a reason to jump out there and get, be what we want to be out here. Because if he doesn't do well against Green Bay, but of course they got to let him go because he doesn't win against Green Bay or doesn't do well. That's ridiculous, man. You think these people are down to waiting to see how he performs in one game? Come on, man. That's ridiculous.
Think of it in these terms. Let's go back to right before the trading deadline. Do you think he would have got rid of a second-round pick, traded for a Montez Sweat, gave him $100 million to start over? That tells you right. He knew then what he was doing. Justin's going to come back. They're not going to start over. Listen, next Monday, when you don't hear about Flus getting fired, you'll know then that they're not going to start over, okay? Because they're not going to keep Flus and keep Getsy and get rid of the quarterback. If they're going to switch, they're going to get rid of everybody. The only way they get rid of Justin Fields is if they get rid of the coaching staff too. So your answer can be had next Monday.
Yes. It's just I think the Bears the fan base is broken off into factions, man. It's into factions of, you know, people just want to believe what they want to believe. There's always people who are gonna broadcast that kind of content for you that will feed into your way of thinking. And they know it's not like, you know, these other podcasters, these radio show hosts, even some of these reporters with podcasts. They know their fan base and they just feed them raw meat. If that's what you want to talk about 24/7 reasons to get rid of Justin and to be negative about this organization, you can best for damn sure that's the kind of content they're going to put out on a regular basis to keep you coming back for more.
King Booker World said we're on the same wavelength. I am so glad for you. King Booker World, I know you were. Yeah, but that's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen. They're going to build this thing, man, and they're there. I mean, you see yesterday the type of game they played. Can you imagine the type of team we can put together if the trades, the offseason falls the way we want it? That dude can turn one pick into 3 or 4 picks and maybe a player. Why would you not do that? I mean, we can add starter level talent at probably 3 positions this year, and also build our depth. And that's what wins football games: talent and depth. This is a war of attrition every Sunday. And if you don't have somebody who can step in when somebody gets hurt, that's what we didn't have this year. All along the offensive line, you saw yesterday, Lucas Patrick. How many? I know he had 2 penalties that killed us.
Hey, Jericho, here's the next biggest problem most fans want. They have. They're always talking about what I'm going to do. You gotta get out of your own head. You won't be doing anything. You won't be doing anything when it comes to trading or keeping anybody. And I'm not being rude and mean to you, but I'm doing this. I'm trading this person. I'm drafting that person. It's just really when you hear me talk, I will say this is who I think they might pick, or this is what I think they might do. I'm not going to do anything because I don't have any power. Now, I think that's one of my pet peeves when looking at people talk about this stuff is just that, like, we don't have any power like that. We're just here to be fans and do some nuanced conversations about it, but we have little to no power at all. I mean, if we ganged up and the whole Bears fan base decided that we wanted to move on Hallis Hall and force them to make some changes, then we can be powerful that way, but we have no say. So no matter how many times you repeat the same thing on a podcast or on Twitter or wherever you hang out, we have no power. And so it's a waste of time. You're not going to do anything. You're not trading Justin.
I have sent the Bears resumes when the GM job came open.
Hey, I remember.
I'm serious. You think I did? I actually, if you go on the Bears website, when they were needing a general manager, the job was posted. I swear to God, it was posted.
Hey, you crazier than that, man? Look here.
They ignored me, man.
There's another person, and I ain't gonna mention his name, but I asked him. I'm like, man, dude, since you think you're smarter than professional people that are trained to do this stuff, why don't you apply for the job? He said, I already did 4 or 5 times. I said,
that's right.
I said, you probably are nutty enough to try.
Hey, listen, when I was in high school, I had the same way I went about asking girls. All I can say is no. All I can say is no. Hey, maybe a miracle. They might give me an interview.
If you and that guy did it, I imagine they probably get flooded pretty frequently.
They do.
Oh, wow.
I applied for several Chicago Bears jobs. They always ignore me.
Funny, man, to be a mail carrier and to see those, man, I'd crack up laughing, man.
Hey, you can do it virtually now, bro.
Man,
just send it in. I might even lied on mine.
Oh, Lord. Man, this guy was dead serious, man. He was dead serious. He was like, I'm looking. He said he's looking to move up in that area so he can get closer to the action so he can make some connections. He said he really want. I was like, dog. I was like, for real, man. You might need to. I might need to go see. If I start feeling like I had that, and he's got no kind of background that would. I mean, what do you think? They just get people off the street and just hire him for a GM without no kind of previous experience and know-how in this field. What do you? I mean, he was dead serious, man. Some of these people in the chat may know exactly what I'm talking about and probably saw that conversation. But wow.
Hey, Berlissimo's got a good question. He said, was George McCaskey the designated survivor of the McCaskey family when he took over on the board? I think he was. He definitely was. She fired Michael after the thing with McGinnis, and then now since he was a coach and they hadn't even offered him a contract yet. So I think he was the last one. He was in ticket sales, I believe, wasn't he, Nomad?
Who?
McCaskey was VP of ticket sales.
Man, you wouldn't get me. I couldn't tell you nothing about it.
George McCaskey was the head of the ticketing when he took over. And you know what? The smartest thing he did was this year when he hired some actual football people, got rid of Ted Phillips. Phillips, he was an adopted son. That's why he lasted 20-some years.
That guy comes off as the nicest guy. I don't know why people give him some. Maybe because he kept Ted Phillips around and Ted Phillips kept making terrible decisions. I think he knew the error in his ways when he brought in Polian, who in turn brought in Poles and I think that's the turn. I think that's when he turned the page and was just like, man, we got to get some better football people in here who really know what they're doing. And I think it dawned on him that you don't know enough to be making choices or be in the room when choices are being made. I think he knows that now. And so that's why he's surrounding himself with real football people now. So I got to give him credit for that, man. I think he's a nice guy, to be quite frank. I think Chris popped out for a second, so I'm just going to be talking and trying to control his chat at the same time. But man, McCaskey comes off as a really nice man, and that may not have anything to do with how he runs the organization. I get the criticisms as well, but I think he changed and turned the corner by moving into a process to bring someone like Poles, a real football guy, in here, and Poles hiring a football guy and his coach. You know, we didn't all feel good about Flus at the beginning, and people still don't feel very good about Flus, and I understand that. But he's a real football coach, man, and real football coaches coach the fundamentals really hard. And over time, if given the opportunity, you start seeing that show through during games, man. So I'm starting to see basically the fruits of what he's been growing, man. I'm starting to see it. I don't know if you guys feel the same way I do, but I see it. Berlissimo is asking me a question. Nomad, George McCaskey is a nice guy. The bear in the big blue house is a friendly bear. I don't want either of them running my Bears. Man, I get it, man. I don't think George McCaskey is in any way in the way of this situation now. I think he's a figurehead now, and he's letting football people do football things with the organization. I don't think he's probably the last person to they check with before somebody has to go sign a check for Montez Sweat or not sign a check for Roquan Smith, but that's about it. I think that's about as much a role as he plays in the football operations. On the business end, he's probably a lot more busy. But go ahead, Chris. You got something to that?
No, I had to go get these cookies, man. Yeah, So, that's the smartest thing he could have done was hand it over to operations. And I think big decisions, he'll still get briefed on, but I don't think he's making any decisions. He better not be.
No, that man knows better. I think he just like any billionaire person that has a lot riding on the people that are making decisions in his name. You know, he was probably a little nervous at first, and getting off into last season, that probably was hard for him not to say something. And even into this year, he probably had a pretty hard time trying to keep his mouth closed about the way things were going. But when you have to trust the people that you hire, you got to trust the people that you hire. And it's probably hard for Kevin Warner and Ryan Poles to sit there while Flus and Getsy was really screwing this thing up. And you know, they hung in there, and look at what happened, man. He turned the stuff around. So what can you say?
You guys have to understand there's a war going on. And it's between the Bears front office and the media. And they have a battle every Sunday after the game. The media is trying to get information. The Bears front office don't want to give them information. They're mandated by the league to talk to them, but they don't want the media to know what they're thinking because they don't want other teams to know what they're thinking. So the media gets to form the narrative, and that's what we feed off of is the narrative. And whatever they say, if they say it enough, if we read it enough, it becomes truth. But we don't know what's going on behind those closed doors, guys.
One of the guys said, could you play the video of the fans serenading Justin for Broski Bear? You don't even have that video, I don't think.
I've got him doing the victory lap.
Yeah, that was one, but they serenaded him during the game yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they were. We want Fields, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did. I think once again you can go on on Swifty's page if you wanted to get it. You're right. You are right, King. Wins and losses are not a QB stat. Should they get rid of Tevin because we're 9-28? That's good, sound logic, and that's just it's what they say, man. You know, when they're winning, the QB gets all the credit. When they're losing, what? QB gets all the fault. Yep.
I'll tell you what. I know what I see. I see a lot of things. I see a good quarterback. I see a great front office. I see a coach that's learning how to be a head coach, but his players love him and they'll play for him.
Man, the first part you just mentioned needs to be repeated. He's a young head coach. He's not a young guy, but he's a young head coach. And so that's a process too. Learning what triggers the pull and what situations and different stuff. I mean, he's learning. He was a defensive coordinator. He didn't have the whole kit and caboodle the whole time. And so he's learning how to operate with all that. You know what I mean? So, I was always a big Flus fan. He pissed me off somewhere in the middle of this season. I kind of got off. I went off on him on one of these shows, man. And, he got so conservative on defense. I felt like, multiple times in a row. And I was just like, you can't win with a coach like that. And somehow or another, somebody above him probably made the decision after we sat here and talked about it that night on a post game that we need to bring in. Remember that night, Chris, when we said we needed to bring in, you asked me, you was like, what do you think they need to do? Bring in some senior consultants to help them out. And sure enough, that Monday, that's exactly what they did. And so I was impressed by the fact that somebody there in that building noticed that and was able to make a move immediately. And everything changed after that. Something flipped. Maybe he felt a little threat. Maybe he was more willing to listen to Phil Snow and his way of seeing this whole thing and how to attack teams. But something flipped that week. And you've seen this defense just grow and just blossom and mushroom into this monster that it's become now. And so, it's a lot of factors into it. And Flus has benefited from having some senior leadership around him for sure.
Let me add this, folks. And I know some of you guys may not be old enough to remember this. But 1991, Cleveland Browns. First year head coach, Bill Belichick. He went 6-10. Next year, went 7-9. 1993, he went 7-9 again. Fourth year, though, went to 11-5, and they did lose the divisional round in playoffs to the Steelers. The next year, he went back down to 5-11. Okay, and then of course that's when Cleveland moved to Baltimore. So at the end of the 1995 season, do you think they fast forward 28 years and think that they have what's regarded as one of maybe the greatest head coach of all time? Of course not.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I thought you were going to ask me something.
Mm-mm.
At the end of the '95 season, Bill Belichick left Cleveland with a 5-11 record. Now he go on to, we all know what happens after that. But that's a process too, guys. There's development in coaching. There's development in players. Ryan Poles is first-time GM. That guy's killing it, man. That dude is absolutely killing it. And you don't understand what you have in a GM right now. This guy's been a GM for 2 years, and he's already orchestrated what might go down as the greatest trade in NFL history. Okay? So, and he took some luck to do that, but I tell you what, we picked up all that draft cash and maybe the best receiver the Bears have ever had. Okay? DJ Moore is in that conversation. Okay? So, this is all about growth. I'm not excusing everything Flus has done. And see, again, we only have the view of the post-game presser. That's the only interaction we have with Flus. And he's terrible at that. He's terrible. His PR people are failing him. But we don't know. We can only assume what's going on in that locker room. And I think he's respected as a coach. You see what the defense has done after he took over. Players like him. So
they're starting to see the results now, Chris. Let me give you a quick example of because I played for a coach like Flus in college. And I never played for a coach that coached that hard in my life. I've been around some pretty hard coaches, man, some old school coaches. And Flus is about as old school as they come. But the guy that we had in college was just like that, man. I never drilled backpedaling and breaking on a ball as much. I mean, I thought there was times I thought my Achilles was gonna pop on me. I had to do it. He drilled it and drilled it and drilled it until I got the right technique. He made me play the slot and made me play slot techniques until I got it right. What you see Flus like that play, I'll give you a perfect example. I guarantee you that technique that Tyreek Stevenson used to play that cover 2 when he dropped back and grabbed that interception in the air. You know that play, Chris? You know what play I'm talking?
Yeah, okay. I was on mute, man.
That's a technique play. That's a technique in your coverage and being aligned in your coverage the right way, knowing what your assignment is underneath and over top of you. I guarantee you that dude has had to do that 1,000 times this year, and probably just in freaking training camp. So now it's such muscle memory, and now he's seeing the benefits of all that work that he had to put in and got tired of actually effing doing that. But now he's seeing the benefits of it. So is Jalen Johnson. So is people like Kyler Gordon. Now they're starting to see the fruits of that labor, and that's just from constant drilling of the same. Football players know exactly what I'm talking about. Hard football coaches make you keep doing it until you get it right. Now they're seeing the results of it, and they know what all the work was for, man. So it was watching Tyreek do that. I know he's done that 1,000 times in practice.
Tyreek Stevenson's going to be a better QB than Jalen Johnson.
Like, look at what Baralissimo is saying. He's talking about the technique. Yeah, face in, drive the ball into the hole. He's got it. He's playing the area, and he's trying to keep himself aligned in that area so that he can make a play, whether it's underneath him or over the top of him. And if you're not aligned in the proper way, if you're up a yard to 3 yards or you're back a yard to 3 yards deep, you're not going to make a play. And so he's learned that he needs to be in a certain space to be able to make a play on that ball, whether underneath or over the top of him. And I was watching him make that play, and I was just like, I've done that so many times. I can do it in my sleep, man. That's the kind of muscle memory you need to be really good at your position. And Tyreek Stevenson's going to be good for a long time, thanks to that kind of teaching.
I think he's QB1. I mean, the CB1, I'm sorry. I think maybe next year he might be our number 1 CB. That's the beauty of not only him, but Kyler Gordon is going to be slot. But what's my man's name from Minnesota?
You talking about Terrell Smith?
Yeah, Smith. That's the guy I'm impressed with. I mean, a number 2 pick should be, she should be starter quality, a second round pick. But Terrell Smith, man, that's the luxury right there. That dude has played so well. I hope he doesn't have issues with injuries going over his career because he's been nicked up a few times. But
look at Joseph, man. The drilling is a pain in the butt. It should be. It's when you create game-winning habits and routines unconsciously. That's exactly it. I mean, I could not say that better. You know what I mean? It is really, those habits, those routine become habit, and it becomes muscle memory. Your body's going to react without you having to see it and tell it to. It knows what to do on its own because of the drilling and the constant pain in the butt, constant work. You know what I mean? So that stuff pays off, man. I remember in the off season that he got me excited. The old man that used to be here in the Lovey era, what's his name? His last year was out in LA. I mean, out in Vegas, the defensive line coach, Rod Marinelli. And he was talking about the 3 technique and the different things that you have to do playing that defense, man. And he got me hyped up because it really is all in the muscle memories. It's the constant drilling till people get tired of doing it. And then you start seeing the results later on. And where this team is now, the talent has matched the work ethic. You get that marriage going on now that the work ethic is as high as the talent is, you're going to get results. Now we're probably leading the league in turnovers, at least interceptions by now. But you're going to see that, man. I mean, that he's got this defense humming, and it's impressive to look at.
I think before yesterday's game, we had 11 interceptions in the last 5 games, something like that. And they got 4 yesterday. So, and I hadn't heard that they were talking about kicking Stevenson in the safety. I had heard Terrell Smith's name mentioned, possibly doing that.
But, I could see either one of them making that transition. Both of them, I think, would do just fine, man. They just have to learn learning that job is space, and it's more angles than it is anything. Because if you're not aligned in the right way, because you're breaking on balls basically at degrees, you know what I mean? It's not like playing corner. It's a different responsibility, and I think it's an easier job to learn than playing corner is much more difficult physically. I'm talking about your stamina and all that kind of stuff. Safety is a physical job to play too, but it's much more easier than playing a corner, having to run 50-yard sprints, 60-yard sprints in 2 or 3 possessions in every one. I mean, it's just 2 or 3 plays in every possession. It just takes a lot of physical work to play corner, and anybody that's playing safety, that's a much easier job. But I think either one.
Well, it's easy until unless those guys are having to call the coverages out. If they're that's the problem with starting a rookie free safety, is because the corners depend so much on calling out coverages.
Yeah, that's the other thing about his job, is having to know everybody else's job. Playing corner, you're limited to that little quarter of the field, half of the field, however it goes, whatever your coverage you're doing. You're limited to that area, so you don't need to know anybody's job other than that. It's important that you do learn other people's job, especially if people playing underneath you. But as safety, you got to know where everybody is, where they're supposed to be. If you see an alignment wrong, you got to fix that before the snap. So yeah, it's a little bit more thinking as a safety, but not as much physical work as it is for a corner.
Hey guys, since we're talking about a free safety, the possibility of Eddie maybe being gone after the season, have you guys throw some names in the chat of some potential free safety replacements in the draft that you might want to see? I'll tell you what, I see a guy, Cameron Kitchens. Man, he looks like the replacement. True free safety, guy smart. I think he'd be probably cost you a late first rounder to get him, but if you're serious about moving on from Eddie, you're gonna have to get somebody. And I like Cameron Kitchens. Throw me some names in the chat if you guys looked at any potential draft replacements for Eddie.
I like what Joseph's saying about it's just Joseph's reading my mind like he's got a damn microchip in my head. Speaking of safety, this is him talking. Joseph is saying, speaking of safety, I actually have to give some props to Eddie the way he's adapted to losing a half a step. I agree with that. He's been really getting his hands around the ball carriers and allowing, getting to the pile, I guess. But yeah, I think whatever that injury is to his foot has caused him to lose a half a step. Will it remain that way? I don't know, but you can definitely see Eddie not being as quick, not being as fast. And I see that time and time again, play after play. He's not breaking on balls as fast as he used to. And that's called losing a half a step because of something that might be hampering you. I hope that he's able to overcome that and get back to 100%. But it wouldn't be surprising to me that if he didn't at this age, he might not, so kudos to Eddie, man, because I think he is battling something there.
Yeah, and they asked about James Williams down in Miami. You realize that guy's 6'5", 230. So, but he's got some athleticism, so he's definitely going to play in the box. He's not going to play up high. And
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't say that.
There you go. First
I
argument of the day, guys.
High, man. I've watched him, and I think he's got the range to play high. If they need him to. I mean, if they want somebody in the box.
I mean, maybe he could. I'm not gonna say he's not, but yeah, Cornelius Chan Chancellor is what comes to my mind when I see James Williams playing that box, that hybrid, almost linebacker type position. I mean, because he'll put the wood to you. I like that.
I mean, the reason why I like him. I like him either way. But Brisker, man, he's always making me nervous because he
gets hurt.
He's like a bullet, man. He runs into stuff, man, with reckless abandon, and after a while, that's gonna total up on you. And it's always good to have depth and keep him hungry. So you bring in a young guy that can push and challenge him, it just makes the team better. So, and yes, Brian, Tyler Newman is the complete real deal. That's the best safety in the league.
I knew he was going to say that. And I like Newman too. I've looked at him a lot more since we talked about him. And he's definitely that type of guy. Barrelissimo says Kalen Bullock if you want a true free safety. Cooper DeJean would be an awesome safety. Coverage types, Cam Kitchens. James Williams is more of the thumper, as is Cole Bishop. Nomad doesn't like Cole Bishop.
No.
Tyke Smith more of a cover 2 type. That's why I like Kitchens. I mean,
Wisconsin's got a nice one too, Hunter Warler.
Jaden Hicks, yeah, he's more of a box guy, Brian, up at Washington. I've been looking at him. Big guy.
Oh man. Yeah, man. I haven't got all the way into the safeties yet.
Man, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I can sit here for hours, man, and look at college tape.
I actually do that.
Well, you're boring. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I am. It is boring to.
No, it's not. It's fun, man. I can sit here and just. And you know what's funny is I don't watch a lot of college football during the season, but I can look at tape endlessly. And guys, I'll tell you what, when you're watching tape, skip the highlights. I mean, you can watch the highlights, but don't judge a player off their highlights because that's exactly what they are highlights.
I'll tell you one thing. If you play college ball at any level, guarantee you 2 things that college player is going to be tired of. Guaranteed. The weight room and all 22 film. I am so elated for people like Barrelissimo and Coach T to exist.
Yep.
I am they like my biggest beneficiary because people, the minute I went live and started doing this show, people were like, when are you gonna do all 22 all night? I don't need to do that. Barrelissimo and Coach T do that well. It's enough people that's out there doing that. Everybody doesn't need to do all 22. In fact, If you don't know what the hell you doing and you don't know what you're talking about, you can get just enough all 22 video to hurt yourself with or make you look silly by not knowing what you're talking about. Those guys do an excellent job of breaking down all 22 tape, which I am absolutely sick of looking at.
And which
so
begs
I love those guys.
It begs my next question to Barrelissimo, man. When we gonna get you on? When you gonna come on and sit in with us, man?
You could be in here now.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Barrelissimo?
Let me throw this up here. Send me an email, Barrelissimo. Send me an email right there, Nomad Live Pod 2023 at Gmail. I'll send you a link, bro.
Where you get your hookups from, Barrelissimo? Where you get your college hookups at? Yeah, because I really do. I don't want you to think I'm blowing smoke, Barrelissimo.
No.
I absolutely mean it. I am so glad that people that know what the hell they're talking about is out there breaking down all 22, and it's not oversaturated by a bunch of rookies that think they know what they're talking about. I absolutely respect it because I know how much work it takes.
And hey, to Mark Kazak, I apologize. I just read your email, bro. I hadn't checked it. I just checked it, and we're gonna get with you. Okay, I got your email address. So,
what's 11 o'clock your time? What he said, if you do when you're doing a show that starts before 11 p.m. his time, I don't know.
What's the time difference between here? Let me see. I know he's in England.
Yeah.
You want to hop on for a few? Hey, grab that email, man, and send me an email, and I'll shoot you back a link.
Yeah, it's best that we let people like that and respect their way. Now, I'm gonna say I do respect them, but even a good, they don't know everything, but they know exactly how the design and what's supposed to be happening out there.
He said it's midnight over there now, so yeah, I know it was a big difference. I wasn't sure.
Where we at? What time is it?
It's 7 o'clock my time, and it's probably 6 o'clock your time, so it's a 6-hour difference between you and. Well, man, if you want to throw us an email. I'll send you back a link, and you get in for a minute. I wanted to have you on for a while now. I know your mind is a respected football mind. I've seen you on many podcasts.
Like he and Coach, they think alike because they lean more offense. They've got offensive minds because I think they've coordinated offenses. And me, I'm a defensive guy. I was raised and trained by defensive-minded guys. My mind automatically leans defense.
Well, I'm offensive, but it has nothing to do with football. So
the Shy said he wants to cook on here. You want to come in here too, man? Y'all, man. Hey,
I will tell you this, guys. We are in the habit now of trying to meet with folks we don't know. We'll let anybody on the show, but we are in the habit now, just because of our past mistakes. We'd like to meet with you for just a few minutes before we get you on. So send me an email with your email address, and I will keep those, and I'll try to get back to everybody. And again, Mark, I apologize for the email you sent, because we love having you on the show. So
you talking to the Shy, right?
No, I was talking to the Shy. He says on the next show, well, we'd love to have you, man. Send me an email, and then we'll drop in with you and talk to you a little bit, man. Frisk you, make sure you don't have any weapons, and then we'll let you on.
Brian wants on. Now you want to get on, huh, Brian? I'll send you an invite, man. I know you didn't say nothing until now, so what the hell?
Brian, speak up. Brian Hind.
Yeah, effing dweeb.
Okay, listen to Shy. Look at the bottom scroll on the screen, and you'll see it says join the show by emailing nomadlivepod2023 at gmail.com.
Brian is coming right now, man.
Right there in the bottom. Yeah, we got Brian's a brother of the show. He's not a friend of the show. He's a brother of the show. And plus, he's a Hoosier like me.
Only reason Brian's getting into the show without getting frisked because we know he ain't a mass murderer, at least on camera.
Yeah, we've already patted him down and did the did the background check, so he's good. We failed to do that in the past.
It's right there on the bottom, Barlissimo. You talking about the email? Scrolling right there.
Here, I'm gonna drop it. I'll drop it in the chat.
Man, I hope this game needs to break out. The shot is still saying he don't see it. What
you don't see it?
You guys can't see what's scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
Hold on, I'll put it in there. I was trying to copy and paste.
Y'all got to get me the name of that cartoon character, King of the Hill, man.
All right, folks, here's our email address. Excuse me.
It's right there. James is the only one saying he can see it.
Well, it's in the chat now, so there we go.
You got the chat for me, and I'm gonna try to get into this game a little bit.
All right. Well, I'm monitoring the emails too, so
okay. I'll keep my eye over here. This is fun doing this, man, because usually I like to be by myself studying the game so I can take notes and do all that kind of stuff. I got my trusty notepad right by me.
There's Barlissimo.
Joseph sees it. You got Barlissimo's email?
I got him.
All right. Oh, they didn't let Michigan get a little swag going on out here. Now you got to really step on them.
Barlissimo, check your email, brother.
It's Brian.
Mr. Hendren, how are you, sir?
I'm doing dandy. Hey, guys, I was just BSing you, but thanks for letting me on. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
First-time caller. No, you're not.
Just roll with it, okay? I sell propane and propane accessories.
I don't even watch that show, man, and I recognize that voice.
Yeah, you do.
I don't watch King of the Hill, but I've heard that voice.
I've been told that before the show, practically. So, just roll with it. That's what I done with it. There ain't no sense being mad or getting hurt feelings or whatever. Hey, I sound like somebody famous. I guess it's better than being a serial killer. Or
just the accent, man.
You haven't tried that serial killer. I've heard that's great work.
Well, I guess it's better than being a stuttering auctioneer.
It's a lot of prospects in this game, the Shy. It's a lot of them. We'll get into them here in a minute. I'm just checking to see how many likes we got so I can get mad at y'all for not liking it.
All right, let's get Mark's going to come in and join us too. Nomad.
Hey, that's the new rule. They got to hit the like button before they can get on camera.
That's going to be a lot, man.
Barlissimo, my friend.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Good. It's late here, so I can't stay on too long. But I thought I'd pop on, show a face, and unkempt beard because I haven't trimmed it since before Christmas.
It's good to hear you, man.
Looking really Jesus-like, man.
Yeah. Fat Jesus is what I'm going for. So thought I'd go for it.
That's good company, man. That's good company.
I can't say I lead the same kind of life, but it's not very good at carpentry.
Well, can you walk on water though? That's the real test.
I've been known, but it's a very shallow puddle that I was walking on. But
Walk on puddles.
Hey,
I struggle to walk on frozen water. I've got that much weight behind me, dude.
Bellissimo, while we got you in here, I've been wanting to ask you this question for a while now.
Yeah, sure.
Bide my time to get to you and ask it. But what if we move on from Getsy? Who are your favorite coordinators, West Coast style, that might be up for grabs, whether they be on an NFL team, whether it be a college coach? Are you familiar with some of the guys? Because I wouldn't mind getting a college coach as long as you brought in a senior assistant that's qualified.
Yeah, I'm not too tied to it having to be the West Coast offense, but there's the guy that's he's currently the QB coach at Seattle. He is from the 49ers tree. But I think he's QB coach. I think he's QB coach, so he could become an OC.
Oh yeah,
you could get him, put it that way.
Let me see here. The QB coach for.
I'm pretty sure it is that guy is the QB coach for Seattle.
Shane Waldron is their OC.
No, it's not Waldron. I'm pretty sure he's currently the QB's coach.
Curry Joseph.
But the guy I'd like is Greg Roman. He's a dude I'd like.
I think a lot of people get like, you know.
Well, Roman's run West Coast offense, and he's really the one that got Lamar Jackson working as a passer as well as a runner.
Well,
yeah.
You know, why did they get rid of him, man? Why did the Browns get rid of him?
I think it was a Buddy Ryan Ditka kind of scenario.
Really?
Where it was like, you know, the head coach Harbaugh wanted it to be all his show on both sides, and Roman was like, "Well, if I'm from the OC, I'm running the offense." And it was in case he didn't want to sort of, you know.
Daryl Bevel, Very Truth Nine brings up Daryl Bevel. That's been another name.
That's it. I think that is. Yeah, I think that is.
Yeah.
I think it's Bevel. Yeah.
He's at Miami now. He's the University of Miami or Miami. He might be with the Dolphins. He had Miami.
No, he's the Dolphins. He's the Dolphins. That's who he is. He's the Dolphins QB coach, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bevel. That's the dude.
You know, a few years back, he was a hot name when he was the OC up at Seattle. And he was at Minnesota before that, and he was
hell no to Cliff Kingsbury. Hell no.
Oh yeah, no.
What is it about Cliff Kingsbury?
Well, I don't want to air raid.
I mean, that's what Justin wants to do. He wants to air it out. I mean,
well, I've got no problem airing it out, but I mean, I do have a problem where it's just like constantly out of shotgun. It's you can make it work for a while. You can't make it work long term because there's too much information on show. You've got to lose, like McDaniels does at Miami. You've got to lose a ton of pre-snap motion if you're going to be out of gun all the time. If you don't, and even then, you're still making it more difficult for timing routes being out of gun.
I don't think
because if that snap isn't perfect, you're causing the problem straight away with timing routes.
I don't think Nomad was serious. We've been trying to get Justin more under center all year. So
yeah. But Shy is he's bringing up this. He said, "What about the Rams QB coach?" I think Coach T was talking to me about this guy. I'm not that familiar with it as you guys are, man. I forget that guy's name, but I think he and I spoke on his show about this guy. That he was I don't even know the name of the Rams offensive quarterback coach.
My issue is I'd like my OC to have called plays before and it to have at least had some semblance of working, and Bevel has done that. So, I mean, that's the reason why I think Bevel would be the guy that I'd be looking at. And Greg Roman, like I say, I mean, either of those two dudes, I think you're not going to be too far on.
Any thoughts about Pep Hamilton?
Yeah, he's a good name.
Well, he was when Herbert came into the league. He was
running back coach. Yeah. So he's had jobs both sides of the ball, hasn't he? For the Bears. I mean, I don't think he started off as running backs coach. Mm-hmm. I think he came in originally under Lovey, didn't he?
Yes, he was there with Lovey.
Yeah, because I think he was an assistant for DBs to start off with, and then he moved over to offensive side of the ball.
Barlissimo, my only reservations about any offensive coordinator coming in here is I do not want to see that guy get another different playbook, man. I want them to remain true to the concept. That I think that's the last guy. That's the last thing that guy needs is a whole other playbook.
I agree, and I think a new playbook is something you transition towards. You don't try and do it in 1 year, and that's the reason why Getsy for me wasn't going to work with the Bears because firstly, he doesn't really have a scheme. He has plays. And I've noticed like the last 3 weeks, there's been a ton of West Coast offense route concepts, as in tied up routes, but out of run and gun formations, and it's messing like without the pre-snap information. That's why I put in the chat earlier. This week, the difference this week between the offense and last week is there was a ton more pre-snap motion because they were trying to get DJ Moore matched up against the matchups they wanted for run routes. Now, they said that in the post-game that's what they were looking to do, was to scheme DJ Moore up against combinations that they liked, based upon knowing they're going to get a lot of man under. You're going to get zone over the top. You're going to get a lot of man under against them. And that's what they got. And that's the reason why that pre-snap information doesn't just help DJ Moore. That's helping Justin every single snap.
Yeah, that's true. Let me ask you one more thing, Barlissimo. Before I do that, I want to welcome Mark and Zach into the studio with us, man. It's good having you. I apologize about Saturday, bro.
No worries, man.
And happy belated birthday, man. Also,
yeah, thank you.
All right,
happy birthday.
Oh my god,
Happy birthday, Marcus.
I got the best birthday present ever.
What's that?
Just hearing those fans, and I'm so jealous of Cornelius because he was there.
We want fans.
Fans, say, "I want Justin. I want Justin." Oh,
we got to dig that up.
It brought tears to my eyes.
I'm gonna find that
so
clip.
Beautiful and so.
Rappaport retweeted it earlier. If you go on my tweets, I've retweeted it as well earlier.
I'll find it. Barlissimo, I wanted to ask you though, what do you think is going to happen with Getsy? What do you think they're going to do?
It's a good ass question, to be honest.
My worry is that he's not going to get taught a lesson. They're going to just retain him as it is. That's my worry. My hope is that I think he needs to go personally. There's been far too much reliance on shotgun, and we don't have a centre that can snap the fucking ball consistently. Pardon my language. The most annoying thing is like you're in shotgun like 93% of the time, 94% of the time.
And it more like a pistol, barely.
Not one of them is at the QB's chest.
Isn't it more like a pistol?
Well, yeah, well, shotgun, pistol. I mean, there's been both, hasn't there? There's been pistol. There's been like an I formation shotgun. There's been traditional shotgun, as in alongside.
Either way, it's a firearm that's not working.
Every variation of shotgun is more scattergun than shotgun. The way that we snap the ball.
I don't think we have the offensive line yet to run that on a regular basis. I think that's pretty much what your concern is, and mine is too. And also,
when I'm looking at Nomad, when I'm looking at it with my DC eyes on, when the defensive coordinator eyes on, I know that shotgun instantly. All I do is read my guard and go, because you can see everything, and that's the concern.
It's a lot of tails. It is a lot of tails.
You can see it, a linebacker. You know yourself. I mean, there's a DB looking, and from outside to in, you can see it straight away. When you can see it, when you're a linebacker, it's easy as pie. I mean, your run fits, your pass fits. It's it straight away.
Oh yeah.
So my son's just come down. It's midnight, so that's my son Blake.
Hi. Hey Blake. Happy New Year.
Somehow Braun just broke a piece of the cupboard off.
Yeah.
A metal piece of it.
I know, yeah.
By the way, it's absolutely crazy.
No worries. I'm going to have to finish up, guys. It sounds like my son's started breaking cupboards and stuff. So
I'm still really surprised at how you managed to do it, though.
Bit of dad life.
So Armando Jr., he said his son went to that game, and he said he's never seen anything like that at Soldier Field.
I've got to go, guys. But
hey, Berlissimo, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'll still be in chat. So I'll see you there.
You got to
okay.
promise to come back, man. You got to promise to come back.
I will.
All right, brother.
Gotcha, man. I
Have
appreciate
a
it.
happy New Year to you and your family, man.
Happy New Year, guys.
All righty.
Happy New Year.
All right, guys, let's take a look at this clip real quick right here because I haven't seen it myself.
Can you explain what it was like to hear the crowds chant?
I mean, this city's amazing. Like I've said plenty of times, the city, the people, and really just the fan base, everybody, bro. You know, it's awesome. Just the atmosphere with everybody, the crowd. You know, how we ended things and finished the game off. I mean, it's awesome. I'm gonna remember this for the rest of my life.
I don't know, quite frankly, if I remember anything like that before. I only been to a game, and that was when I was a little boy, but I've never been as an adult. But
Really?
I don't know if I've ever heard of anything like that. It's much different than it is on Twitter, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I think it is. And like, I've seen the reverse. I mean, Nagy. You know, I mean, Nagy, poor Nagy. I mean, I'm not a Matt Nagy defender, but come on, people go into his kid's high school game and shouting "Fire Nagy." Come on,
that was just sad, man.
This was just absolutely beautiful. I just so proud of Justin Fields, and I'm so proud of this fan base.
Yeah,
and before this game, you know, I thought there was a chance that Poles, you know, moves on. He can't do it now. He just can't.
Well, Mark, you know what I think, man? I think, and you know how I feel about Justin, but I think right now, no matter what Poles decides, it's just a great time to be a Bears fan. And that comes from a fan that knows we're not in the playoffs. I mean, the only thing that could be better is if we were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
With the number one pick. But this is a good time. This just is an unprecedented time.
We will be next year. We absolutely will win the North next year, and we're never giving it back.
Well, I'll tell you
chance
what.
to knock Green Bay out's fun, though.
Yeah,
that is.
Somebody, I think Joseph put in the chat. He said he'd never seen anything similar to it other than Sweetness's last game.
That
I wasn't around to see that.
I was there. I cried.
I had a chance.
He was actually at the game.
No, I was there in spirit though, but I did cry, and I might cry again if we talk about it too much.
Well, and I had a chance to meet Sweetness. He opened up a steak restaurant in my own whole hometown of Aurora, Illinois. And so me and my cousin went to his restaurant. I mean, this was like early 90s before he passed away. And yeah, I mean,
the greatest football player ever. And I say that no one could do more things as well as Walter Payton.
Exactly.
Man, that dude, watching all that tape on him, man, that dude had to be a piece of tin or something. He had to be tough as great tough.
I mean,
he was taking a beating.
But Justin is the same kind of leader.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin can grow into that. I really do believe that. And it's just, man.
Wow,
you can see that. You can see that it in him, can't you? You're starting to see that it.
Yeah. Oh, I've always seen it. I mean, I remember when they drafted him. I live in Texas, and you
can see it.
When they drafted him, the first thing that I did was drive to the mall and buy 2 Justin Fields jerseys. Just because
I bought a new TV.
You know,
I'll tell you guys something.
Go out wearing the Fields jersey, and everybody's just like,
I'll tell you guys.
You guys got a good QB, and I mean, this is Dallas country.
I'll tell you guys.
You got a good QB. You got a good QB.
I'll tell you guys something. This is a factor that I don't think people are really, really paying attention to. You know what Chicago is. Everybody that's around here knows what Chicago is. A blue collar town. It's a tough city, and we like our football rough, tough, and we like a lot of defense. The kind of quarterback that we need is in the mode of a Jim Harbaugh. Even if Jim Harbaugh was not Jim Harbaugh, but Jim McMahon, you need a quarterback that fits that bill.
Yeah.
When they're watching that guy out there in the cold, when it's snowing, him out there breaking 2 or 3 tackles to run down the field for 20. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's going to make the crowd get electric. We've been looking for a quarterback with those kind of intangibles for a long time, and that can also throw it with laser precision. I think the toughness Justin Fields exudes really makes the fans. He is. Man, right now, I think that guy can probably win governor because I think that many people are really enamored by him at this point.
Yeah, I want him to win. I want him to win Sunday. Forgive me, Lord. I know you gave me a great birthday present, but I want one more. I want one more Sunday in Green Bay. Knock them out of the playoffs.
I want one.
I'm sorry. I know I should get over Green Bay.
Well, you know what? Green Bay is embedded into our fabric as Bears fans, so we're not gonna get over them. You just gotta not like Green Bay. But Burlington said he was coached by Walter Payton as a 17-year-old running back. How cool is that?
Oh my God!
For a day, that's a day you never forget. I remember I was 12 years old when they drafted Peyton. I didn't know who he was out of Jackson State, number 4 pick. But
yeah, Archie Manning was the big name.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, when that kid, the first thing he did was return kickoffs. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what, you could see he was electric the first time he did it.
I'll tell you one thing. If Barlissimo said he wants to see him put a burger on Green Bay, if Justin goes out there and plays a big role in stomping the SHIT out of Green Bay, guarantee it'll be a bronze statue in front of it'll out there in front of Soldier Field, man. That's how. I mean, if the fans had their way, it'd be a statue put up because we've been taking that crap from them for a long time, and they just, And I don't take it as seriously as everybody else does because it's just a game to me. But I get it for the average fan and the fan base. That's like murder, having to go and wait a whole offseason until you get another shot at them. And want to get.
Have you seen? Because I'm a technology guy. I'm a computer programmer. And have you seen?
You want to work for us?
Maybe. But have you seen? What is it? Have you seen the Bears organization? They set up little QR codes, which are like little bits of programming for your cell phone. That when you walk up to the Walter Payton statue outside of Soldier Field, you get a message from JF1.
Really?
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
Oh, it's the coolest thing in the world.
That is pretty cool.
I think it's they have 2 of them because they have Hallis, and that message is from Cole Kmet, and then from Peyton, that message is from Justin Fields. And I mean, when my cousin sent me that because he saw it online and he knew that I applied for a job as a programmer with the Bears earlier this year, and he was just laughing at me. He was like, "Mark, I know you would have been a part of this if you had gotten that job." And I was like, "Mike, you're absolutely right."
Hey, Nomad, I told you people they're sending their applications to the Bears, man. Send them a resume; they'll give you a job.
Well,
I sent a resume, Mark, to be the general manager a couple times.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yep. Never heard from him again.
So let's do a quick review of somebody asked me in the chat. Daryl, I think Daryl, I forget Daryl's last name. Asked me what players do we need to be looking at here. Chris, you got both.
Daryl Gibson.
Daryl Gibson. You got both bosses in front of you.
Well, the player that I really want to look at is the one you put in there, and that was J.C. Latham. Unfortunately, I've been busy talking to you guys, and I haven't watched a whole lot of the game.
No. Yeah,
but I really like J.C. Latham on Alabama side. I really, you saw Blake Corum did score a touchdown for Michigan. He's the guy I'm excited about. Offensive guard for Michigan is Zach Zenner. He's a possibility at a mid to a later interior linesman that we might pick up. So there's a few of them. I'm not interested in watching J.J. McCarthy, though.
No, I'm not.
Because we've got Justin.
Well, and see, I might be alone on this, but I think I'm kind of with Barlissimo, where I'd like to see us go all offense on this draft.
Draft board won't allow you to do that, though.
Defense wins championships, sir.
I know, but we need so much help on the offensive side. I mean,
got to be the right help.
Yeah, but
if your draft board doesn't line up with your picks, then you can't get too locked in on position.
Yeah, that's true.
You'll have to, I mean, if you see a stud, DT sitting there in the second round, if you pick up a second round pick, I mean, you can't, can't ignore that, because we still can use. You never have enough good linemen, and remember, that's how you build. That's how you're going to build this team. We still have some spots on both lines that need to be addressed one way or another. And again, like I said, this is a game of attrition, so we need depth too. So, we definitely need. I mean, they're going to address the offense. I'd love to get one or two wide receivers, and I'd like to pick up. I'd like to pick up a running back too. I mean, you're talking about skill positions. I love Trey Benson.
And see, I'd like to get 3 offensive linemen plus another tight end wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, that's true. I think tight end might be a position that they're addressing in free agency. There's some mid-round guys that offer some good value. You want to break the bank. Jonnu Smith is one we talked about, wasn't it?
He was a guy, yeah.
Yeah, Jonnu Smith, good dual-purpose tight end. Probably won't cost you a ton of money. I mean, that's the thing. Whatever they don't address in free agency, they're going to have to address, if they can in the draft. And it's just like 2 years ago when people used to, they beat Poles up on his first draft because he didn't take an offensive lineman. He went secondary back-to-back in the second round. And, that's what was there. And now we're glad, with you see what we got with Brisker and Kyler. We're glad he did that.
Little side note, guys. We did get a Barlissimo. If you remember the offensive lineman, I think we got him off of. I think he came in as an undrafted rookie from Tennessee, picked up by Kansas City.
Swifty's getting ready to do a video on that.
Yeah, they cut him with an injury destination, and I think he's gotten healthy, and the Bears just picked him up.
Who is he?
I can't think of the guy's name on top.
Yeah, I can't either. Mm-hmm.
Let me find out. God. Producer work never done. Let me see here if I can find out.
But no,
I'm 13-10 Michigan, guys, just the reason why we're here.
And Barlissimo just put a pretty damn good solid collection of names out there that you should be paying attention to. I'll go from left to right for you guys. Deontay Lawson, linebacker, Alabama. And thank you, Barlissimo, by the way. Junior Colson, linebacker, Michigan. Arnold and McKinstry, both cornerbacks for Bama. Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle for Michigan. Zenter, left guard, question mark.
Yep.
Michigan. Drake Nugent at center for Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
All those guys are on my list. Absolutely on my list. The only ones that I've studied in depth as of right now is Kool-Aid, Deontay Lawson. Let me think. And I think that's it. I think the rest of these guys are on the list I haven't gotten to. But I can speak for Deontay Lawson and Kool-Aid, top notch, first, second round guys.
But Nomad, do you think we need another linebacker?
You're gonna always need linebackers. You're gonna always need corners. Like DeMarquise Gates, he's not gonna be long for this roster when we start adding more linebackers. We got him from the USFL, man.
Yeah.
That's Jerome Carvin is the guard we added to the practice squad. And there's some good linebackers in this draft too, Mark, that aren't going to go. You got some mid-round guys. Kid down at North Carolina State.
Wilson.
Wilson. Peyton Wilson. I love that guy. He's got a little Urlacher in him.
Nice.
He's got some Urlacher in him.
Hey,
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M.
Let's hang in here with this team right here, right now, because Baralissimo is giving you guys gifts, and you guys got to pay attention to it.
Here, I need to look back at it.
Defensive line, Justin Ibog. I don't know. I'm going to butcher that name, number 92.
Go ahead and say it, man.
He's number 92. I ain't butchering that man's name.
Justin.
Aboigby.
He's giving you guys jewels, man.
Baralissimo, is he an edge or is he
He's a DT.
He just says
he's Aboigbo's a DT.
Okay.
6'4", 286.
Baralissimo said Carvin is god awful. The guy we just picked up.
Can he play 3-tech?
No, he's the guard we just picked up on the practice squad. He said,
no. I mean, I'm sorry. For Baralissimo,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
3-tech.
I'm here to tell you, they're going to always have other cornerbacks, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not against it. I'm just saying I'd like us to do at least on the first 2 days do offense.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obvious.
If you want to spend day 3 picks on depth, then by all means go ahead. But
it's obvious that our offenses, we need more weapons. We need a little bit better protection. But again, I mean, it's just the way the board's going to fall. I mean,
that's true.
That's going to dictate it. I mean, and I don't know what the Bears board looks like, but I mean, you can't reach for need. When you start reaching too much for need, and you know what, you hear guys say that all the time. Well, you stick to your draft board. Believe me, they do. They'll pick need over, if it's close.
Well,
but you can't reach for need though.
As much as I like Velus and the fact that they're using him at running back in last Sunday's game, that was a reach on need.
Well, you mean when they picked him?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. They Velus. I think he's got. I mean, he's got third round talent. I mean, his problem has just been holding on to the ball and on catching the ball. And that is a problem for a wide receiver, but that dude's a playmaker, man. I think they're trying to find ways to get the ball in his hand, and handing it to him is proven to be the safest way to get it in his hands. But once he gets the ball in his hands, man,
Wasn't he a return leader for the SEC at that time?
I still think he's got that value, man. I don't
think that kid's even scratched the surface because the coordinator doesn't know what the hell to do with him.
That has been a problem. Getsy doesn't know what to do with him, and if he did, you'd see more than just even in the last 2 or 3 games. They'll bring him in for the sweep or you toss sweep, and that's about all that they do with him right now. When you see him come in the game, the defense knows what he's going to do. I mean, I don't think they've ever tried him to run north and south, have they, Nomad?
They did yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah.
I didn't see the first half. I've got to look at the first half.
Ran him right into the scrum.
What, 2 yards in a pile of dust?
Pretty much.
Well, and I hate to say this because I don't love Getsy either, but if they win in Green Bay, I don't know. I don't know that they're going to replace Getsy. If they beat Green Bay, I don't know. I think they're going to think, well, we got 8 wins. That's good enough.
On another note, this quarterback Milroe from Alabama is starting to come to life. He's starting to come to life.
That's the kid that Bill O'Brien tried to talk out of being a quarterback, wasn't it?
Yeah, disrespectful shit.
Hey, yeah, and you know what, Bellissimo, I agree. Justin Matabike is legit. I liked him at Texas A&M.
Oh, come on now, Bam. Get me out here shooting.
See, you are rooting for Bama. See, I knew you was a closet Bama fan.
Yeah,
I knew it. You hear that? Did you hear that, Brian?
Yeah, I get tired of Michigan. I ain't gonna lie.
I bet he was rooting for Bajent too.
Michigan, you got to remember, Michigan is in here beating up on my guys, Illinois, man. So I ain't really happy about them winning. Jack SHIT.
Well, if you're paying attention, nobody can't you be tired of Alabama winning 8 national championships?
That ain't what it's about, man. I don't. We in Big Ten country, man. I'll kick somebody from Michigan right square in the cojones.
Well, don't hate me, Nomad, but I'm a graduate from Iowa.
Oh yeah, see you the enemy, man. Anybody that play.
I like Iowa players. Hey, I
think they're an university. I really do. They know how to develop. They know how to develop talent.
Yeah, they always have good linemen.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm happy my Irish won.
Van Lucas, my guy Lucas from Iowa.
Went
to Green Bay. I know. He went to Green Bay.
And I was just like, oh, please, why? Because he's a local kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
Yeah. And I was just like, oh.
I'll tell you what. Who was the Iowa running back from 3 years ago? He went to Pittsburgh and got drafted. I mean, super exciting kid. Name starts with an A, I think.
Can I answer this question by Bellissimo right quick?
Sure.
Bellissimo wants to know what's my take on Jerzon Newton.
Uh-oh.
I think he's a very good 3 tech. I think he's more. I don't think he's a fit in what we do. I think he's more of a 2-gapper and a 3-4. I think if he were bigger, longer, I think he's about what was his weight? About 280.
295.
About 295. If he was about 10 pounds bigger, maybe about 6'5", I'd be like, yes, we should be all over him. Because what does Flus like? Big and long. And he doesn't fit that. You know, I mean, I like him as a player, but I scout based on what this guy is showing me that he's looking for an interior tackle. And I don't think he fits, to be honest with you.
Did you just say Flus likes big and long?
Oh, man. Here you go,
man. Nomad.
I'm not sure I heard that right.
287. He said he's listed at 287. I don't think they need somebody. He's got to be bigger. I think he getting moved around on the next level at playing in a 1-gap.
You know what, man? I just see him as a monster 3 tech.
That's because you have to look at it.
And you act like 295 is a small person.
When you're 2-gapping, it's not that big of a problem. When you're asked to penetrate and move the line of scrimmage back, you need a different kind of player, Chris.
Yeah, but that dude is powerful and quick.
Chris, I'm telling you, for this defense, he's not ideal. You need that guy to be bigger, heavier, and stronger.
Verlissimo, are you listening? Tell me what you think, Verlissimo.
I'm just telling you what the coaches are looking for, not what I think.
No, I want to know what he thinks about him fitting into our system.
Hey, Verlissimo might see it differently, but I think the guy's a 2-gapper.
I'm gonna ask Greg Gabriel too.
And he don't. We started on him.
Well, I mean, if you got Billings that's double teaming everybody, wasn't having somebody with speed, when you was lighter. Hey, look at this way, Brian. When we needed 3 tech in the draft last year, this is what people get. People get it crazy, man, because they fall in love with a guy just because he plays the position, and all right, we need to draft this guy. The guy just showed you what kind of 3 tech he's looking for. Well, how big is Javon Dexter? Isn't that guy like 6'6", 320? right around there.
So that tells you what kind of 3-tech he's after. So I mean that right there, that narrows down my search. If they want to get another one to back them up, I mean, if they're going to be looking for another 3, and Alabama just scored, it's going to be a bigger, longer guy.
Hey, Bear Truth. Oh, not Bear Truth. He said okay. All right. Let me ask you this, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Akram Wadley. Do you remember Akram? Now, you're an Iowa fan. Akram Wadley was the running back for Iowa.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
Oh, man. I'm surprised. 2014 to 2017. If you guys get a chance, go to YouTube and look up Akram, Akrum Wadley, running back from Iowa. I really don't understand how this kid didn't make it, man. One of the most exciting running backs I've ever seen in college football. Just a little nugget.
Well, and you probably answered your own question. If it was less than 10 years ago and he was running back, running back isn't a preferred, you're not gonna, it's gonna be rare that somebody's gonna take a running back in the first round.
Oh, I'm not talking about a first round. He just didn't make it in the league. I think he was an undrafted free agent even.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Pittsburgh took him, and the guy was just super exciting. If you guys know anything about Akram Wadley, talk to me in the chat.
So Barlissimo that's really, he just gave you the resume. If you're gonna go out there shopping for groceries and doing scouting and analysts and doing all that stuff, there's your grocery list right there. This is what to look for. That's what he's after. That's what Flus is after. He's got a type, like somebody said, Bear Truth 9 said. He does have a type. And so back to that question, when you circle back to it, you can't say that Newton is that kind of guy, I just don't see it. I think he's going to be a good 2-gapper in like a Pittsburgh type scheme, but in a one gap penetration type of defense, I don't think he's big and strong enough.
Well, Nomad, do you think Pittsburgh moves on from Tomlin?
No way.
Not
more media created BS.
Yeah.
Bingo.
He's going to get an extension before he gets a pink slip.
Yeah. But if it would happen, I might. You could talk. Wouldn't be that hard to talk me into replacing Flus with him.
Well, if you win the lottery, you're going to be in a higher tax bracket.
Yeah.
Same scenario. It isn't going to happen.
Well, yeah, I don't think it'll happen either.
Hey, Barlissimo, he's talking about Zach Pickens here. By the way, Zach Pickens has really fast play diagnosis and skill and plays the right techniques majority of the time. The more and more snaps that guy gets when Justin Jones is gone, which I think is going to happen in the offseason. I think Justin Jones, I think they'll let him go to free agency. Why wouldn't you? If you don't, you're never going to get Pickens the snaps that you need him to have. He's finding snaps for Jervon, but he's not getting enough snaps for Zach Pickens. You're not going to ever be able to do that. And then that's why I think they'll go back to D-tackle in the draft, because they want to keep cycling. You want 2 waves of guys.
Waves. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you want to come at teams in waves. And so, here comes Dallas Turner. Oh. Yeah, but I think that's why they go back to DT in the draft, because I think they let Justin Jones go. Pickens gets a promotion, and so does Jervon Dexter. And so we got to have guys to back those guys up. I don't know if they'll ever do anything in they spent so much capital in the draft on 3-tech. I don't know that they move on something like that in free agency, but we'll see.
Right now, the Bears, let's see, what are we looking at for 2024? And I think Justin Justin comes out of contract, doesn't he? Justin Jones.
This is last year.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, man, he's starting to really pick up his game now that we picked up Billings, man. Billings has been a multiplier like an MF, man. I mean,
Sweat.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about Sweat all the time, but without Billings, we're not ranked number one against the run in the league, man. That dude moves grown men out of the way with ease, and it's hard to move him. You know what I mean? That guy is probably between he and TJ, probably my favorites for team MVP.
Isn't the defensive tackle for Michigan, that Chris Jenkins? Wouldn't he fit the mold of what Flus is looking for as far as size?
Look at his measurables.
I don't know, but he was on that Feldman's or whatever's freak list at the beginning of the season.
What's his measurables? I tell you if it's worth starting.
Here, I'll find it. Chris Jenkins is 6'3", 305. He's got a 4.90 40-year dash in the spring. So
he would I mean, he would probably be somebody on that list.
That'd be borderline. That'd be about as small as he would want to go.
I really like this guy, Berlissimo is talking about. He's on the list too. I watched games, but I haven't studied him. But he might be. I think he's over 300 pounds. He might be just around 290 something. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know number 33 from I think it's Clemson. Yeah, but I every time I watch that one of the Clemson games, he's sticking out like a sore thumb all the time.
And that Chris Jenkins' name should be familiar. You know, his dad was a 4-time Pro Bowler at defensive line.
Yeah.
He's a junior.
That Sweat from Texas, if we're going to talk defensive line or defensive tackle, that kid, that's a wall there.
That is. And like I said, there are some that think he's not a scheme fit, and that's the way he moves. I think he can take up two blockers like a nose tackle, but that dude can get after the quarterback too.
But if you had him and Billings, side by side, one, that's going to free up your ends where it's one-on-one, and plus open up Edmonds right there in the middle.
I tell you what, he doesn't watch the game. He's part of it. And that's the other big thing is watching a defensive lineman's eyes. A lot of them get engaged with the offensive lineman, and that becomes the game. But the good ones keep their eye on the ball.
Here, Dion, let me point out something to you. And not that you're wrong. If anybody would take an Aaron Donald if they can get one. But I think why we keep talking about tights, they're looking to get big, long, and fast on the defensive front. In their way of thinking, they feel like they can make teams one-dimensional that way. If you can't run the ball against us because we're big, powerful, and long, and you're going to have a hard time passing the ball over the middle because we can pressure you from the inside, they think they can make teams one-dimensional. And so a certain type of D lineman wouldn't be ideal for what they want to do. In another defense, anybody like Tommy Harris and Aaron Donald would be a good 3-tech in a 4-3 scheme. But I keep repeating, they have a type, and it's working for them. Big, long, and fast and powerful is really, really working for us. We're number one against the run. And to me, I'd rather see more guys come in like that than not, because we can make you one-dimensional if we can stop you from running the ball against us.
Yeah, and the way a player plays is just about more important than his measurables now. I mean, those guys, they look like 1 techniques, but they can play like 3 techniques.
Yeah.
That's the difference now. You got these 6'5", 340-pound guys that can move like a guy that's 290. Those are the guys you go after. They have something you can't teach.
I've actually seen games when they put Billings next to Dexter on the edge. Dexter will go out on the edge, and they put Billings on the interior and let Billings play 3-tech, and he was wrecking it.
Yeah.
Billings, that for a guy that big, can absolutely move. I mean, they're like they've turned him loose here. He's been two gapping pretty much his whole career, and here he's able to penetrate and get up the field, and we're seeing a different version of Andrew Billings than pretty much anybody knew was there. You know, most people had him. I ain't gonna say no names, Chris, but most people had him pegged as just a backup player. But in this style of defense, his skill set actually fits what they want to do, and his size. I mean, man, he's been outstanding for us. I mean, absolutely outstanding.
What about Mason Smith, defensive tackle LSU?
He's not even going to come out this year. His 23 season was too bad.
So that was the reason why he didn't play today.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he still has the possibility of going to the draft, but smart money makes him come back. He hadn't made up his mind yet, but I'm really, from everything I'm reading, he's going to come back because his 2023 season was just a disaster. Dude looks like Tarzan, but plays like Jane. And
I'm just looking at guys that fit the size.
Yeah, the other DT there is going to transfer, I think. I forget his name.
Wingo?
Yeah. Oh, no, Wingo's going to come out. They've got another DT that they've got that I think is going to transfer to Texas or somewhere. He's going to enter the portal. But Mason Smith's probably going to be back. He should come back because the dude, man, he's just built like you talk about.
Jordan Jefferson?
Yeah. So, I don't know. Nomad, why did Zach Pickens disappear, man?
What do you mean?
You didn't really hear his name called much the last few weeks of the season.
He ain't been getting the snaps.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. He just Dexter ate up all his snaps, or
I mean, when you look at the game, you can see 93 making plays a lot, can't you? That's gonna keep 96 on the bench quite often, but he's and plus Javon Dexter plays backup 3 right now, and plus right now Billings is playing so well, he's eating into his snaps too. So it's hard to get that guy on the field, man.
You know what I didn't know? Travis Bell is now a member of the Bengals.
Who was Travis Bell again?
Travis Bell? You forgot about him that quick? Kennesaw State?
Kennesaw State?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Atlanta picked him up off our practice squad.
I definitely forgot about him.
They released him on the 19th of December, and the Bengals picked him up.
He'll end up with us again, trust me.
I know Ryan Poles spoke highly of him in the pre-draft and after the draft. Not just about his ability, the type of person he was.
So Michigan just missed a field goal to put them to bring it down to a 1-point lead. That's probably going to kill them.
Yeah, but they'll probably score again. That'll be the end of Michigan season, and then Jim Harbaugh will be our next coach. Yay!
There you go.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen either.
Harbaugh.
I think he's overrated, man.
I think
he's overrated.
I don't think he's the answer.
I like Jim Harbaugh. He's won. You can't argue with that. Wherever he's gone, he's won. But I think what he does, I don't know how. And you gotta like what he did with Colin Kaepernick. And to be honest with you, I'll tell you, this might sound absolutely weird to you guys, but when you think about the size, the ability to run the ball, the throwing motion, I think if you want to talk about a comp to Kaepernick and the way he throws the ball like a javelin, it looks like, I bet you any kind of money he's willing to take that Chargers job and get his hands on Herbert, because that's who he reminds me of.
I heard whispers.
Yeah,
that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
I know it is.
Whispers of it though.
Well, and see, I heard, I heard it, but Rich Eisen had somebody on his show this week, and he was saying that if the NCAA, which again, I don't know I don't know if this is true or not, but if the NCAA, suspends Harbaugh, that the NFL will do the same thing.
Yes, and they'll honor it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
hey, the NFL's not a big fan of Harbaugh.
No.
Which is
Teams
probably why
don't
he
like,
been
owners
hired.
don't like him. He's just a weird dude. He's a weird dude, and I think.
Well, I think the players like him. Especially his own play.
Yeah, but the players aren't the one that have to hire him and deal with him.
Some funky wind chimes.
You got to have that kind of ringer on when you sleep like a mule kick you in the face. You sound like a bear, and you can't even hear nothing, man, because your snore is that loud.
There's been a few times.
So Nomad, what do you think about Corum?
What's that?
What do you think about Corum, the running back for Michigan?
Great third down back. He's a kind of back that we should be interested in picking up. That's another thing. I think we have three bruisers. I think what's missing is that twitchy back. That really twitchy small back that can do a lot in small spaces, just with his ability to be able to make one man miss. I think that's what we're missing. So the kind of running backs I'll be paying attention to. There's only one big back that I'm actually really studying hard, and that's the one from Wisconsin. He
got injured earlier in the year.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! What happened?
Small. He's 5'8", 230.
Oh no, maybe you said Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, Wisconsin's back. I forget his name.
I'll tell you his name.
He's got Chicago running back written all
Braylon or something like that.
Braylon Allen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Braylon Allen, yeah. Stud. Mm-hmm. I mean, that they would love him in Chicago when it gets cold and don't nobody want to tackle somebody big in bad weather.
So is Trey Benson too big?
Oh, Trey Benson, if you're gonna get a smaller back, I mean
he's not small, man. He's 6'2".
Look, man, what I'm saying to you is we got a couple of Trey Benson types already.
Well, that's why I was asking you. I mean,
I like Trey Benson. I'm a Florida State guy, Chris, but I don't think that's the back that they really need. I think they need a Jitterbug back.
Who do you?
Bucky Irvin.
Hey, I would say Bucky Irvin or Michigan Corum.
Bucky Irvin.
But hey, this is my thing. You talk about the backs we already have. I'm sure you're comparing him to Deontay. Deontay it's not guaranteed Deontay will be back, man.
No guarantee. There could be a lot of things happen in the offseason, man.
Do you think Khalil's back next year? I mean, he's on a rookie deal.
It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say.
The way he played after yesterday, I kind of think he'll be back just because of the money and but you know what? I'm almost reserved to drafting two running backs, man.
You are, or you think they will?
I don't know what they'll do. I can only speak for
I got so many picks.
Yeah, I mean, if they turn some of those, they got to turn some picks in, to multiple picks for that to happen. But I think they gotta, Bucky Irvin, man. And you know what? You spoke to me about him. I went and looked at him. Love that dude. Bucky Irvin.
Bucky Irving. That's one. Quorum is another one. The little dude Shipley is a nice little, but he's more of a north and south runner. He's not that much of an east and west kind of, jump cut kind of guy. But he can play. He's one of the guys. But he got injured. I don't know how bad it is. Like
Shipley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he's
Shipley's gonna be tough, man. Somewhere.
I watched some Shipley highlights. Every time I see and they were highlights. But every time I saw him, they had him within the 10-yard line. I like a threat of a long range. I just like Benson, man. I think Benson's special. I think, at that height, that dude, once he gets behind you, it's hard to catch.
He's a do everything kind of running back, man. He's one of those backs that you don't need to take out on third down.
That's what I'm saying.
He's all that, but I just believe that you can really put defenses on their heels with those little short, compact little dudes that are really quick and fast in small areas and space. I mean, they give you something extra. You know, your average back, like I'm not gonna call Trey Benson average. I love Trey Benson. I think, but there are smaller guys that can bring more of a dynamic to that job. Not just me, man, but I don't know everything. I don't know what they're actually looking for, but that's what I would be doing if I were them, looking for one of the jitterbug kind of guys.
Oh, I love the jitterbugs. I love the guys with the good ankles. Bucky Irvin definitely.
What was your guy last year, Chris?
Who
was your guy last year from, I think, Kansas State?
Oh, yeah. Dang, what is his name?
See, you forgot it that
Man, too many players. He's in Dallas now. His dad's in Dallas. What's his name? He got a nickname.
Oh, I forget his name.
Come on, guys. Chat.
Come on, man.
Kansas State running back from last year went to Dallas. What's his name?
Oh, that little bitty.
Yeah, man, what ankles. That dude had some ankles on him. He had some Barry Sanders ankles.
I'm looking at another player, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I'll find it.
Yeah, what about Shipley from
Ray Davis? No. Yeah, we just mentioned him, Shipley from Clemson. And Ray Davis is another one, but he's another all 3 down back, man. He's one of those. I don't know if he's got nice moves in the hole now in small spaces.
Yeah.
He was pretty nice.
Yeah.
I was going to send. In fact, Chris, I was going to send this guy Ray Davis to you because you keep talking about Trey Benson is the best in the country, which I agree with. I just want to send you some guys to look at. And Ray Davis.
Deuce Vaughn was the guy. Yeah, I was talking about Deuce.
Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah. Deuce acted up in preseason. He hadn't really got a whole lot of touches.
Hey, there's a guy that's going to be a free agent, Antonio Gibson.
Oh, yeah, Memphis. That was my guy at Memphis.
Yeah, I mean, he plays for Washington now, but he's going to be a free agent. He fits that mold.
Yeah, big back. He got some returner in him, too.
He's got some speed.
Yeah, 6'2", 215, runs a 4.4. Antonio Gibson, I really liked him coming out of Memphis.
Daryl Gibson knows we need a twitchy guy. You get that ball, give him that ball on a bubble screen, and
you said his name was Ray what?
Ray Davis from Kentucky.
Ray Davis.
Give him that ball on a bubble screen. He makes one guy miss, and he hits his head on the goalpost.
Let me see. Let me see what his ankles look like.
Oh, he's tough. Oh, he's tough.
What's his long speed look like?
I don't know. I know his football speed. His football speed is legit. His football speed is legit. Yeah, he's nice, ain't he?
Ain't bad.
Yeah, Bear Truth. I'm sorry. I don't want Josh Jacobs.
Why not? Who would want that guy?
I guess. Good back.
Yeah, but like if
I don't want to spend money. I don't want to spend money on a back.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's where everybody's coming from.
Yeah, not when you got guys like this coming out.
Yeah, guys, I thought we might have wanted to do 2 games, man, but my stomach is touching my back. I'm starving. I am starving.
Beef sticks didn't cut it, huh?
Man, I could eat a whole bag of them some guns right now.
Let me see.
Ray Davis he's very tough, man. You got to do some. He's very, very good.
I wonder what his long speed is.
Oh,
he doesn't look to have breakaway speed. He's got good quickness. He's more quick than fast.
When you say breakaway speed, I think he's got breakaway speed, and his long speed may not be may not be where you would expect it to be. So I did notice that too. You can run him down.
Yeah.
But
he's got good ankles.
Celebration. He can get away from you in a 40-yard sprint. But after 40 yards, he can get on him.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of my dings on him.
No, that's really a ding. I mean, that's
it is a ding.
The long speed is more of a, it's more of a plus, a luxury. You'd like to have it, but not everybody has it. Who's the kid from?
I'll tell you a guy you really would have enjoyed, but he
Marshawn Lloyd
hurt himself, was the Boise State running back. That dude is something else. That dude is tough. Boise, I don't know where they get these guys from, but Boise always ends up with a stud running back.
Yeah. Hey, have you? I know when you look at USC film, you always look at Caleb. Have you looked at their running back Lloyd?
He's nice.
He's got some good feet, and he does have some of that speed. And I think everybody concentrate on Caleb so much.
There's Barlissimo saying Ray Davis is a 4.53, but his 10 split is good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what? If you could give me a dude that can give me a 40, 50-yard run,
yeah,
and he gets run down. I mean, I
get it.
That's the end of the world because you don't.
That's David Montgomery,
right?
Which I wouldn't hit to David Montgomery at Iowa State, man. I went back and looked at his tape, and Chris, he led the nation in broken tackles that year he came out. So I didn't realize that.
When you start looking at running backs, you'll notice, man, there's certain colleges that always end up with stud running back. Iowa State they end up with a stud running back and a stud receiver all the time.
This is true.
Oklahoma State usually does too. Oregon State usually does.
In case anybody's wondering, Alabama's up by 7. It's 4:41 left.
Yeah, they about to close these dudes out.
Yeah.
I think this might be the end of Jim Harbaugh.
Every year is the end of Jim Harbaugh.
If he can't beat him now, he's never going to beat him.
They're going to talk about him like a dog, too.
I was still laughing because when was it? Like the last week of the season, right after Michigan beat Iowa, they had Michigan's, their team. They were showing their team when they were doing the final show, and when they showed that Michigan would take on Alabama, everybody was just like, oh man, because they were hoping that it would be Florida State.
Well, I'm not sure they wanted Florida State as much as they thought they did. They threw the game Saturday.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I had a teammate, a receiver on our team, man, for nothing. Anytime coach wanted to time us in our 40s after we, in a weight train program, after you get to a certain mark of your strength, because the strength program, they want you to hit a certain benchmark when you do your max out days. The max out days is to see whether or not you gain the strength that the training was trying to give you. And after that, usually the day after, the coach really wants to put you out there on a 40 and do the split runs and all that kind of stuff to see if your explosiveness picked up. And so we had a kid from, I don't know what part of Florida, Plant City, Florida, or somewhere like that. And, man, this dude could not run under a 4.7 to save his life. But I swear to God, you couldn't catch him once he broke away from him.
Oh, yeah.
He had game speed. The kind of speed.
That's a long speed, man. When you hit the second gear, you never shift back down.
No, that's game speed. Like he had another gear when he got on the field and was running with a ball in his hand. Like Jerry Rice.
Yep. You didn't see him get caught.
So I look at a 40 and I can gauge a lot, but I know that ain't everything, man. If I see the game speed, I don't care what his 40 time looks like, because I've seen it in real life. A dude can jet away from you, man, that can't run a 4.7 or under a 4.7.
James Ford, I think we were just talking about Florida State. That's Trey Benson. Beast.
Brooks looked like he tore his. Talking about Bucky Brooks? No, don't tell me that.
Who?
I hope he's not talking about Bucky Brooks.
Who?
Bear Truth 9 talking
Truth. Somebody tore their ACL?
Damn. I hate to hear that.
Yeah, that sucks.
Who's Brooks?
You got 3 minutes left, and you still trying to run the ball, dude.
Oh, Jonathan Brooks. I didn't know that. That's
Texas kid.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, he's the guy that took over for
Bijan.
Well, not Roshan. The guy was in Bijan.
Bijan,
Yeah. Bijan, Roshan.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know he was out.
No, Bucky Brooks had a hell of a game today. 14
Who's
rushes
Bucky
for
Brooks?
117 yards.
Who's he for?
Oregon,
yeah.
That's Bucky Irvin, you mean?
Bucky Irvin.
Bucky
That's right.
Irvin.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bucky Brooks, didn't he play for the Colts?
Bucky Brooks is like a damn
Analysis.
He's an NFL Network guy.
Yeah, I started that, man.
I was going to see if anybody was awake. All right,
good one, Brian.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
How in the hell is Corn running this wide open? Oh yeah, there go the flags.
Oh, what? Holding?
Probably, or blocking the back or something. Anytime somebody's running that free and that wide open, that long, something happens.
So J.J. McCarthy is the guy some people want us to replace Justin with.
Look at Armando. He said, I was always 375, 395 on the bench. When I juice after a month, on the juice hit 500. Junior, man, you supposed to say that out loud, man.
Hey, man, I was taking steroids all last week. I had an infection. I had a Z-Pack. I didn't check my weight, how much I could put up. Oh, there he goes. I think this is the one he's been.
We had when I came in, we had coaches that came in from basically what happens when the new regime comes in. You know, the players on the team, you may or may not fit the scheme, offensively or defensively, that we run in. So they run a lot of people into the transfer portal, and we had a guy that stuck around, a linebacker from Brooklyn, New York. And everybody used to tell me that the guy was on the juice, man. But, you know, I just didn't pay much attention to it. But one day we were in the weight room, and he was just more animated than normal. And the strength and conditioning coach must have known him for a while. And so he was just over there kind of like shielding him from us, because he was starting to, you know, kind of move the weights around a lot, throwing stuff around a little bit and just being loud and crazy. Next thing you know, he just came off of a clean pile, talking about clean. You know, if you know what cleans are, then it's a routine you do. And next thing you know, he just starts slinging, and it's all kinds of mirrors in this weight room. He just starts slinging weights, busting mirrors, and just going snap off. I mean, slap crazy. It took probably it took at least 3 O-linemen, a defensive tackle, and the strength and conditioning coach to hold this guy down.
Elephant gun. That's when you need the elephant gun.
He had a roid rage in the locker room. I mean, in the weight room, man. That's what
I said. Elephant gun.
He was like, when they had him down, he was like, guys, whatever you do, just don't let me go. Keep me here for a long time. He couldn't control himself.
Wow.
He was on the next thing smoking the next day. I seen him packing his car.
Nomad, tell me this, man. What was your I've never asked you this, I don't think. What was your 40 time?
My best 40 time?
Yeah.
It's an argument because I think I ran under a 4.4.
Oh, okay. But what did they get you at?
Like a 4.41.
Oh, it's like one off. So
I think it was
they hand time you?
Nah, man. It was they almost got into it with one of my coaches for that, man.
Well, don't look now, you guys, but
Michigan is right there.
Michigan's got it on the 5. 2:10 left. Jesus.
It's turning out to be a game, gentlemen. Armando said he was so mellow when he was on steroids.
He's mellow now.
What kind of roids did you get?
That wasn't roids, that was M&M's.
Yeah, them low-fat roids. Salt, sugar-free roids.
Man, that dude had no control, man. It's like he just put his face into a mountain of cocaine and just said,
"Say hello to my little friend."
I was like, he was jittering and he was just, head was red as a damn turnip, man. I was just like, dog.
So he wasn't a brother then.
Oh, no. He was not.
If he had been, he was on roids.
Very Italian, very, very Brooklyn, New Yorkie. No, but he was a stud, though, man. He was a stud. I'll give him that.
4.89 at about 270. Barlissimo, that's not bad, brother.
No, it's not.
Barlissimo, I saw J.C. Latham last spring ran a 4.85 at 360.
Wow.
That is a lot of man moving fast. All right, we got a game here, guys. Just to let you guys know, Nomad will be back for the second game. He'll be doing it by himself.
Nomad.
I'll stay with you if you want me to.
Nomad trying to find him a sandwich and some champagne, leftover champagne.
Hey, when we started out, he was gung-ho. We're going to do 2 games. I'm like, I had a bad idea.
This is a lot of content.
I tell you what, though, I enjoy myself with you guys.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on.
Yeah, thank you. And seriously, I was, yeah.
You know, you guys are brothers of the show.
Yeah.
I just
I
really
don't wear out my welcome.
And
you ain't wearing out your welcome.
There was a touchdown.
I was going to put you on the holiday greetings, Brian, but I didn't have any pictures of you.
There's not a mean. That's why you'll see this may be shaved by the weekend because the sons of bitches at the post office, they want to put up a new picture. I got to change my look.
Change your look, man. Keep them guessing, brother.
No, for the longest time on my, when I go to you guys' podcast, when I'm not on there, YouTube, and I got one picture that I like of me. The rest of them, my sister has of me as a little kid.
Who's your Twitter picture?
Huh?
Who's your Twitter picture?
Yeah, it's my Twitter picture. I was 43 years old at the time.
I was going to say, who's that young guy on your Twitter picture?
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was a son.
No, that was me. That was Christmas Eve 2006.
Wow.
Just how much I've aged.
I know. That's a good thing, though. Jan Hammer. Let me ask Jan Hammer. Do you pronounce your name Jan? Not Jan, but Jan, like the keyboard player from Miami Vice. Jan Hammer. Or you might be Jan Hammer. I don't know.
I don't know, but I used to like Armando. Now I say I look like Santa Claus.
Oh, Santa Claus. That ain't that bad.
Look like Santa Claus. Sound like...
I can't say nothing else about the game. Leo's a little behind. I got to be quiet. I'm going to try not to say nothing, Leo.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm behind too, Leo. So I will tell you, it's tied up right now. Right at 2 minutes, and we're both behind.
So
I'm an IPTV guy too.
I'm at 134. They hadn't kicked the extra point yet. Thanks, Chris.
Oh,
Bellissimo thinks he has the guy. He's calling
Carson
out.
Steele. I see him. I've looked at Carson Steele. He's a good running back.
I know you're joking, Armando. So I know I look like Santa Claus or the afterbirth of a bastard rat or something.
Actually, Brian, you know who you look like? My old pastor.
I'm the ill Reverend Brian.
Yeah, you heard him say he was changing his look because his picture's in the in the post office. So
yeah,
some of these pastors end up in the post office.
Yeah, I like to have the money that some of them have.
Yeah. He's Irish.
Part of my religion is the blissful sedation. We have drive-through confessionals.
I love that blissful sedation.
Yep, save when you're saved.
That's crazy. All right,
20 all.
Joseph Tuesday. See Jan Hammer. That is cool.
I thought it was good, man.
Jan said he can't. Unfortunately, he's not related. He can't hold a tune to save my life. All right, so now we can't say what happens in the game.
We cannot. Just out of respect for Leo, he's a little behind.
Oh man, Leo.
Hop to another bar that has quicker internet.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's not internet speed. It's just the way that they broadcast the games. The feeds that we get on IPTV is just a little bit behind. That happens to me every week. I'm on the phone watching games with my buddy, and he's watching on cable, and I'm watching on IPTV. And he's like, "Oh man, you guys just lost." Oh, thanks. We were up 2 minutes ago. He did that to me on the Detroit game.
Well, I got that Cody, but I got it on my Fire Stick, and yeah, it's slower snail speed.
Yeah,
that's why I try to watch the game, but also be on Twitter. And I had to stop that because they'd be going on about some play. And wait a minute, I haven't even seen that yet.
John Perry says, "What's up, fellas?" Said Barlissimo still with your guys, Ray Davis, man.
Hey, I ain't mad at Ray Davis, man. Ray Davis is super tough, bro. Super tough. You can criticize all you want about him about not having long speed, but everything else about him.
No, I wasn't critical. I like I said, long speed is just a bonus. I like ankles, man. If the guy if he's got cut ability, that's what I love.
That dude's extremely good.
Let me ask Barlissimo. Barlissimo, do you remember Akram Wadley from Iowa? From about 5 years ago? Dude was a beast at Iowa.
I ain't never heard of him.
Akram Wadley. That's a name you remember.
That's a name.
Mark's an Iowa guy. I'm surprised he doesn't remember him.
I don't know what the hell you doing knowing it.
Hey, go look at some YouTube videos.
Yeah, I'm looking at him now, and
is that crazy? That dude ankles.
Yeah.
I really I take pride in my running back evaluations. Ramondre Stevenson from Oklahoma when
for New England now.
Yeah, he's with New England, but I really liked him coming out too. And it's mostly the value picks, That's the money.
Yeah.
You can get a guy that can make your team and then contribute in the 5th round or lower. Man, that's value right there. Guys that can do that. That was Ryan Pace's problem. He hit on a 5th rounder. He was terrible in the 1st round, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Chris, what do you think about C.J. Beathard?
Beathard never did anything for me.
Yeah.
Never did anything for me at all. Who was the tight end Pace took from the small college? He ended up with Miami.
You know that.
I'll tell you.
Tight end from where?
He was from Liberty or somewhere. I'm going to tell you who he was in a minute. Adam Shaheen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ashland College.
Yeah.
Oh,
No longer in the league.
man,
Baby Kronk.
Pace missed on a lot of picks.
You know what? I could never get a feel for Pace, man. I just never got a good vibe from him.
Pace was a damn stiff, man.
He was. And you know the problem with Pace, why he stayed so long, is the other problem you have with mom and pop run organizations, man. They start to have a personal relationship with him. They really liked Ryan Pace from a personal
They adopted
standpoint.
him.
Yeah, they adopted him. Same thing with Ted Phillips. I mean, Ted Phillips been around, started out as the accountant. I mean, how do you go from accountant to team president, you know? And that's because Virginia and everybody, they looked at him as a son. You know, he probably went on family vacations with him. Just wasn't very good at doing his job.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Nick Kwiatkowski, no longer in the league. I liked him. He was a Pace pick.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he start having some injuries?
Yeah, once he went to the Raiders, you know, we let him go that year. He was after his fourth year.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody kind of wanted to re-sign him, and they ended up not re-signing him. He went to the Raiders, and yeah, Adam Shaheen is an offensive Jerron Gilbert. I like Jerron Gilbert, man.
Pool?
Everybody can't jump out of a pool like that. That was impressive, though.
Yeah, for a guy that size.
Yeah.
Well,
2014 draft, okay? How many players did the Bears drafted still in the league from 2014?
Well, it's 9 years ago. Probably not many.
I'll tell you what. That was the year that Emory drafted Kyle Fuller. We missed out on Aaron Donald. There's only one player still in football.
Fuller?
Nope. Fuller didn't play this year.
He didn't? I thought he was with Baltimore.
That was 2022. He didn't play this year.
You know why Bears fans stay so pissed off? Because they're always reminiscing about history. It's too much bad.
God. Every team has history. Here we go.
Don't leave it alone, though.
Charles Leno is the answer.
Yeah.
7th round pick. He's the only player that's still in the league. That was Kyle Fuller, Ego Ferguson, Will Sutton, Kadeem Carey, Brock Vereen, David Fales was a quarterback, Pat O'Donnell was the punter, and Charles Leno was a 7th round pick.
Hey, so Leo, let me know when you know. So before I say start talking.
Wait, let's see. Let me check and see what happened.
Chris.
Wait, I'm behind too, man. I want to see what's happening. I got 12 seconds left. Is the game over? Just tell me that.
No, I've got the game over.
Okay. Let's see what happens. 12 seconds left is what I got. Yeah, Armando. Rams beat us to Aaron Donald. This is why I know I should be a general manager. Because when they're going into overtime.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, when Aaron Donald was a senior at Pittsburgh, me and a good friend of mine was having a conversation about the draft, and he's not up on it. He always comes to me for information. And I boldly predicted to him that Aaron Donald would be the best defensive tackle since John Randall. He said, "Who is he?" I said, "His name is Aaron Donald, man. He plays for Pittsburgh. Check him out." Fast forward, 10 years, 9 years? He might be better. Well, he's probably considered better than John Randall. And I didn't think the Rams would get him, man. The Rams had invested in the defensive line in the first round the previous 2 seasons.
No, the shot. I don't think he's the GM. I think he's
I think he's
some kind of assistant to the GM or something like that.
Yeah, he's the ball boy.
Touting, maybe.
He's the ball boy.
Yeah, probably.
He's got juice because every time you turn around, former Bears end up there.
Hey, Chris, you just said ball boy, and I seen a stat. Now, it's online. Take it with a grain of salt. But they said the water boys get paid $53,000 a year.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Man, I told you. I think I
I
sent a resume in for that too. I told you
I'll be the only water boy that uses a hover round, but hell, I'll get the sun.
Exactly. Yeah,
I can do that.
That's right. I'll have one of those scooters out there.
Yeah, the hover round. Right after I get done looking at the Grand Canyon.
Right.
Hey, at Tavera 13, ask me that question again. I'm not quite sure any players you guys liked out of the game for the Bears.
I would imagine this game.
Oh, okay. That's what you think?
Yeah.
He's just now getting in here. We've been talking about it. And Burlesimo, yeah, I love Christian Barmore, man.
It's quite a few players I can see playing in the Bears uniform, man.
Mm-hmm. He's still on a rookie contract.
How did your guy do? The left tackle or the right tackle?
Oh,
I'd have had to watch the game to know.
Right, we've been busy in the chat. We're definitely gonna need some help next time we like this.
Yeah. I'll be watching the game on a repeat, and I can answer that question to you. I still think he can play left tackle in the NFL.
Okay.
And I didn't watch the game
because I know Michigan had a few sacks. I don't know if they were against him though.
I'm gonna check it out.
Hey, Chris, I'll be right back.
All right, brother. Yeah, Christian Barmore. There's been talk of him being part of a package with New England coming up, Burlesimo. If things stay where they are right now, if they want to move up, hey, we need some picks and that generational. There's that word, defensive tackle. I liked him coming out of Bama, though. He's a bad boy.
I want to answer Joseph Matuzak's question. Yeah, for $53,000, I'd have me a little cart. The water boy wouldn't have nothing on me. My little scooter would have different flavors of water and probably be running on nitrous oxide, where I'd be able to zip down that field and they wouldn't even have to use a timeout to get their thirst quenched.
Tell you what, that nitrous, does it have an extra spick on it? You can feed the hover round and me. The happy gas. Yeah, Burlesimo, I think he's a fit too, man. I'd love to get him on the inside. Get that gas mask out. That'd be pretty neat. Do they drug test the water boys?
Who cares? I just need 1 year and I'd be happy.
All right, let me take a look at the game. Any other?
They probably make the water boy take the drug test for the players.
Oh yeah, that's why he's known as the water boy.
Exactly.
You can provide all the water you need.
Bong water or whatever.
Yeah, who was the guy for Minnesota a few years back that got caught with the I know you guys remember he got caught with a one of those kits where you can use take a leak in it and then you can use it strapped to your leg.
Burlesimo wants to be a replay official. I can do that too.
Hell, that you can be legally blind.
I would take any job that gets me in Soldier Field on Sundays.
Yeah, I would too. We'll have to work my way up to GM. I mean, if the accountant can do it, why not the water boy?
Yeah. There you go. But yeah, that replay official, you don't even need to have vision. Some of the calls they make, it don't look like they do. Let the dog proofread it.
Joseph, I don't know what you mean when you say catheter.
Yeah, that's
that's
what the guy had.
Oh, okay.
It was Ontario Smith.
Oh.
The Wizinator. Remember that? The Wizinator. You guys remember the Wizinator? Ontario Smith. He had he was turned up several vials of dried urine. Oh God. And a device called the original Wizinator.
Oh, God. And Jan, that's funny. Replay official got to be great. Just toss a coin and make a decision and get your pockets filled by Packers when they play NFC North teams.
Exactly.
Man, where are you guys at on the beatings that Justin takes?
Oh, it's the Cam Newton effect.
Criminal.
It's the Cam Newton effect, man. When you see a guy with that size, a big guy running like that, it doesn't look like he's taking the abuse that he is. But he is. And yeah, Cam Newton used to, you know how they used to do Cam and not get calls.
Yeah. But it's
ridiculous.
Well, what happens if when we make the playoffs next year and Justin has to miss a playoff game because he's in concussion protocol? Then what's the NFL going to say?
Well, hopefully we won't have to wait that long for them to address it. If it's going to be a rule, then they need to call it consistently. Now that can be said about a lot of stuff. The officiating needs to be looked at during the offseason.
Yes.
Overall.
Not just Bears games.
Exactly. They need to look again at making officials full-time employees, or they need to go to this eye in the sky concept where, I'm not saying they get rid of all officials, but they've got, the all-seeing camera above that can overrule a bad call. But really, I'm just for making every play reviewable.
Well, I am too, but that'll make a game. You'll start Sunday afternoon and be over with Tuesday night.
That's the argument, Brian. But I don't think that'll happen. I mean, you don't give them more reviews per game. You still give them 3 or 2 or how many ever they get, but they can just use them on any play. So 2 per half. Yeah, and whatever that crap they did 2 years ago with the offensive pass interference or pass interference in general, and the refs just decided, we'll never overturn anything. I think that was collusion on the refs' part.
Well, look how many times when a quarterback's about to get sacked or did get sacked, and was the ball still in his hand? Was his arm moving forward? All that crap that you're splitting hairs. And one time they'll call it, and he's was in the process of passing, and next time it's a fumble and it's the same play. You can't be inconsistent.
I just don't like. I'll be honest with you. I get tired of the rule changes every year. I don't like.
They're good rule changes. I don't, but just make it better for the game. This stuff they're doing with the kickoffs, I wasn't a big fan of that.
I just don't like when people in suits get so much power that they think they know what's best for the game that they don't play. I think you leave that kind of
obvious.
Huh?
Some things are obvious. Seeing Justin get the hell beat out of him, that's obvious.
Yeah.
Too much replays. Too much replays slow up the game.
I don't think so.
Well, you got to know, man, the flow of the game is important, man. All them replays just make people get cold on the sidelines, and especially if the replay takes long. It just takes all the steam out of what you've been doing, especially if you the guys with the momentum.
Well, you could say the same thing for a commercial timeout or an injury.
Yeah, that's true. There's enough of that going on too.
And Leo wanted us to talk about the Packers match, if we feel confident.
Screw the Packers, go Bears. Conversation.
Well, no, I mean, are we going to win next Sunday? I don't know.
Well, hell yeah.
I don't know. I would be surprised if we won.
You know what? As much as it sounds great, and it's I almost kind of don't care. Oh, I want to say I don't care as much. It'd be great to knock them out of the playoffs, whatever. Right now I just want to get to the end of the season so we can fix the stuff that's wrong. And that's coming from an old school fan.
I'm gonna say my thoughts for pregame.
All right, we got a hurt Bama player. Got his knee twisted.
Hey, do you guys know, have they moved the game yet? Is it going to be Sunday night?
I hadn't heard anything.
Packers Bears. Because when the schedule came out, it was TBD.
I don't know. They haven't said anything as of yet. I'm sure Bears Twitter will blow up once they do.
Yeah.
I just lost my signal on the game with 12 seconds left. Maybe I should start paying for TV.
Oh, are we allowed to talk about the game? Because it ain't good.
Is it over?
It's still in overtime, but Michigan's up by 7.
Yeah, but
it's 4th and goal.
Alabama. Oh, no wonder. Oh, of course, my game went out. Well, okay, here we go.
Yeah, Nomad, I'm with you. And I don't like Michigan either.
We're losing people, Nomad.
Yeah, it looks like Armando says it's 3:25 Sunday.
There we go. My fault. I didn't know Chris dropped out.
And so did Mark, and Mark's back.
Yeah.
I know you don't want me to do this show.
You good. You good. I was taking care of something, man. We got the afternoon game Sunday.
Yeah, 3:25 CBS.
I didn't know that.
I may be able to get that game just by the regular TV antenna because the Colts play Saturday.
Yeah.
I wish oh, good God. Game over. I ain't going to tell you who won, Leo. I'm going to just let it play out for you.
All righty.
I wish somebody tell me because I lost my dang signal.
Well, I'll tell you in a few minutes. Let Leo get a chance.
Oh, okay. I'm on it now. I see the final happening as we speak. Let's see. I can imagine what happened. I can imagine what happened. And the lesser of two evils won.
So that's enough time, Leo, man. Michigan beat Alabama 27-20.
Oh, way to go. Leo wasn't the only one that had a lagging.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't matter. You know what?
I didn't have no dog in this fight, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you know what? That was a kind of a bad play call, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. 4th and goal, and he just ran into the meat of the defensive line.
Hey, I'm with you, Barrelissimo. They shouldn't have been the 4 seed either.
Joseph said the coach with the thicker glasses won.
Yeah, them are some thick glasses, man. He said he can look at a map and see people waving.
Yeah.
Hey. What did you guys think about Ohio State?
I think they don't stand a chance to do nothing. I think they need to move on from Ryan Day. As I lived in Ohio, in Columbus, Ohio in particular, for about 6 years. I'll tell you right now, when you can't beat Michigan 3 times in a row, you're going to probably not keep your job. But if he keeps it, this will be the last go-around.
Wow.
That's like Jesus is the Christians over there in Columbus, Ohio, man, that Michigan game. They paint the whole entire town red.
Well, and they lost. I mean, they only scored 3 points. That ain't good.
Well, that'll do it for this, man, because I am extremely hungry, guys. And I'm in there eating anything I can get my hands on. I just had a handful of pepperonis.
Well, the cat's safe, ain't he?
Hey, I just ran him out of here because he's acting up. But yeah, man, I want to do the next game, but I'm pretty hungry.
Well, you want me to stay on? I'll stay on while you eat.
Well, here's the thing: somebody's got to stay on to produce, and that's not going to be me.
Right.
No, man, we're going to end this one up. We had fun, though.
4 hours, man. 4 hours.
Yeah, we did a 4-hour tour.
Yeah,
that's one better than Gilligan.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, anybody in the chat that has not liked the show yet, please do us that favor and go ahead and like it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and do that. It's free and painless.
And before that,
the best Chicago Bears content anywhere. Catch Nomad live pregame 1 hour prior to kickoff, and Nomad at night postgame, and every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Central on all the most popular streaming platforms, and only on the Nomad Network.
Hey man, I worked too hard on that introduction. I'm gonna play that every time. Go ahead, Nomad.
No, I was just wrapping it up, man. Just trying to tell everybody thank you for joining us, man. Our regulars are something else. I love you guys, man, for always supporting whatever we do. Keep your notification, get that notification bell hit, because now it's a new year and we intend on putting out more content and being available to the fan base more often. We got a lot of work to do, but we want to we're going to do some different stuff this year, man. We're going to switch it up. We're going to do our normal stuff like always, but we're definitely going to try to bring you guys more content, maybe some more short form content, some videos. We're thinking about doing some stuff, but we just need you guys to stick in there with us as we go through these changes, man. It's going to get better. And so, again, thank you guys for showing up to the show. Appreciated every minute of it. I am starving, guys. We're going to go around the horn. Anybody want to say their goodbyes? Chris, you can start.
Hey, I just thank you guys for joining us, man, here on the 2024 first day. We had fun. I love hanging with you guys. Thanks to Barrelissimo, man, for joining us, man. We look forward to you coming back in the future. Brian, hey, your brother of the show. Love you, bro. Mark, same to you, man. Your brother of the show. We appreciate you coming on, spending this time with us. Everybody in the chat, don't forget, if you're not subscribed, I see John Perry. I think that's the first time I've seen him. It's good to have you with us, man. Go ahead and hit that subscription button, that like button. Anybody else that was in there that's not subscribed, please hit that button. You guys have a great New Year's Day, and bear down.
Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your New Year's Day. Let's have a prosperous year, better than the years before. See you guys Friday night.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. At some point, I'm going to have to get back to work because I'm a delivery driver for DoorDash. So at some point, I'm going to have to get back to work. But It's been so much fun, and just thank you.
Man, I'm starving. If you bring me, you can start tonight, man. You want to drive up to Indiana?
I don't have a truck.
Pizza.
My truck's in the shop for 2 weeks now.
I don't know if I can wait for you to come from Texas anyway.
Hey guys, man, it's been chummy, man. It's fun. This is long, but fun doing it though, man. You know, just to be chatting with you guys, sit here and kicking around. I definitely appreciate you guys, Brian and Mark, for jumping in here with us, man. It was fun. Barelissimo, appreciate you. Yeah. $1 million bucks, Barelissimo, for jumping in here for a few minutes. And Barelissimo, make sure you're not a stranger. Come on back, man. We definitely could use your expertise on the show, man. I got some ideas I want to run by you soon, man, because I think we can do some things, man. But yeah, get in contact with us, man. And we're gonna get you in the green room. We want to talk about doing some stuff. But with that being said, guys, again, it was fun. Thank you guys for showing up. But we got to get on out of here, man, before I get real hangry and do something crazy, man. So with that being said, we get you guys out of here with this. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.
All right, guys, bear down.